Frontal.
Hey, be careful! Adventure! Oh, I need to rest after that one.
Frontal.
Look around! There's treasure!
Frontal. Frontal.
Give me a moment, champion. Oh, I need to rest after that one.
Frontal.
They'll maybe use it back. Nice fight! Let's have a quick sit down to recover. Found a bit of gold! Fantastic! Give me a moment, champion.
Need assistance?
Those spores will blow up if we hit them.
Grunting.
Here we go!
Charging. Aim. Charging. Move. Charging. Move.
Give me a moment, champion.
Whirlwind. Watch your step. Whirlwind.
Protectiveness.
Oh my god. Flaming excrement active. Heavy breathing, adrenaline pumping, quiet.
Fuck, did you survive that?
I just roll on my back.
Not done.
Fuck!
I start straining my ears for that.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Daddy's
still here.
And you glance up as the edge of this rock surface seems to shift. And you notice the chameleon color change of the massive fey dragon form of Gloamglut that was just perched across, that had changed the color of its body and wings to blend in with the surroundings. Now stands up and kind of like looks down at the two of you as you see Sorrow Lord, Atheon Zathuda on its mount just clapping.
So it seems he'd be pressed a little closer to the edge. Maybe it's not self-preservation. Maybe it's protectiveness.
Oh my god.
Well, we are always our worst enemy, aren't we?
He just kind of stands there looking up at top as he kind of now sitting atop the dragon, doesn't even pay mind to you.
As I stand up, I'm gonna stand in front of Lauren.
You are capable of greatness, Fern. Why do you insist on shackling yourself to low-born sheep? Why do you cling to swords of morality when your heart screams to be free and take what you wish?
What do you think I wish for? I love these people. That's what I care about. Why would I want to go to this place? They all seem like they're fucking miserable.
Familiar testing tool, my dear. And you passed. Now I know what's important to you. Perhaps I need to develop the next lesson. I see such promise in you. A glimmer beneath your hollow, waning words. You will emerge your true self. You are my child. And I know our nature. You hold it back, but it's fighting to be set free. Luminous vanguard can fall to dust. Seminar and their court legacy can crumble for all I care. Let's through the blood become the devourer of gods. May you take what is rightfully yours and cast to ash my disappointment in you. Embrace your essence. Step into your destiny. I'll be watching.
As Glomglut takes to the sky, screeching up above, the sunrise light now beginning to show a peaking bright orange, threatening to break through. At that same time, shortly after that screech, you hear bells begin to ring from the fortress across the way. The rest of you, as you're climbing over the wall, hear that screech up in the sky above. And immediately the soldiers start, in the sky! Attacking dragon! Dragon! Bells going off, people starting to mount ballista, and you watch as Glomglut begins to just circle above where you are. As it does, you begin to hear the sounds of ballista being let loose. Into the ground about 15 feet from where you stand.
Maybe closer to the wall. Closer to the wall.
All right. Back up a little bit.
All right, so you all kind of turn and begin heading in the direction of the fortress. You begin to see these kind of mounted arcane defensive weaponries that are being charged up, and these like faint kind of bluish green glows begin to. And as Glomglut does a slow swoop over both of you, like one final pass by, two of them let loose their charge. Bolts of deep blue-green energy go striking hundreds of feet out in their direction, just barely arcing over where the two of you stand and just passing below where the dragon swooped. As it begins to fly off eastward in the direction of the Tishtan site. More distant ballista begin to arc off into the distance, and you feel you're no longer in immediate danger to the array. But as you begin to approach, you begin to see your friends kind of up on the wall, as all of you begin to see now Fern and Orm approaching, looking a bit harried. Fern looking in a rough place.
I almost didn't come after you.
I don't know what I would have done without you here.
I thought you were going out to pee.
Well, no, there was just a really cute creature, and I followed it, which is a dumb thing to do, but I'm sorry.
Give me your hand. Let's just get back inside.
Okay.
Hey.
What happened?
Oh, we came as quick as we heard.
Oh God, you look like shit.
Yeah, I
Feel
don't
like
feel
it?
very good.
Dropping the hammer down for another handheld handle to get up and over the... Come on. Maybe we find the door. Let's go around the front door.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, though, Ash. I'm gonna flip down then. Everybody down who's coming down.
Yeah. We'll kind of walk with them.
Fern just got rocked.
What's happening? Really?
I'm gonna come straight up to her and put my arm on her shoulder. Okay. And then as
I can't focus on this and this at the same time. Okay.
They'll never be using that move. Here we go. Those spores will blow up if we hit them.
Gotta not use my flame too much because I don't want to go below 50% and lose my buff.
Grunting. Grunting.
Is there nobody here with me or something? What's going on? Dude, was this guy tanking all this shit? Dude, what is he... What are we doing here, dude? Whoa.
Nice find.
What'd you find, dude? Oh, shit. Whoops.
The day just became more interesting.
What? Behold a beauty of my portable ocean. I dare you to fish something out of it. What? Oh, I'll fish the shit out of this portable ocean, dude. Oh, I got a fungal fish.
Come, tell us a tale.
Yeah, I already fished something out of it. What are you going to do?
We'll remember you.
You were lucky with the second one. You had to do it 3 times. Bro, no! I didn't get it. We don't jump down, okay? We're a warlock. I don't know. Which one do I kill, dude? What?
You won't hit us with that one.
Oh, we gotta do what this chick wants now? Run a circle just by... okay. Okay. Now what? Did I just fail or something? That was a waste of fucking time, bro.
Get out of the way! Smell that? It's treasure. I know it. Close. Those spawns will work if we hit them.
Charging. Move. Charging. Move. Charging. Move. Charging. Move.
This guy's gonna do any DPS or what, then? Like, he's looking a little skewed here, then.
Whirlwind. Watch your step.
2.390 million, nice.
Watch your step.
Time for some dynamite! Stand back.
This priest really went back to upgrade real quick. Dude, we ain't got time to sit here and wait for you to upgrade. You're lucky you saying I'm on my way back or I'm about to start bitching. Dude, I have so much stuff I need to get rid of.
They'll maybe use it that way. Those spores will blow up if we hit them. Time to go all out.
Frontal. Frontal.
Here's your take of the spoils.
Frontal.
Oh, that's a big bad.
Frontal. 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 Frontal.
A new face. Bring more tales when next we meet.
Frontal.
It's treasure. I know it. We're close. Time to go all out! You won't hit us with that one! That's more like it! That's more like it!
Hi, how are ya? Goodbye now. Interesting.
Fantastic!
Charging. Move. Charging. Move.
Those spores will blow up if we hit them!
Charging. Move. Whirlwind.
Don't go dying on me!
Watch your step. Whirlwind. Watch your step. Whirlwind.
Stand back while I clear this away.
Should have got a warbound wand for when I level my priest. Nice. It's like a good mog for priest too.
I foresee a mutually beneficial transaction. I'm looking forward to our negotiation.
God damn it. I swear it does that on purpose so I spend more fucking money, dude. Alright, I'll be right back in a minute. I gotta grab something. Okay. Now I got some food. I can listen to my D&D.
They do that. She's gonna feel a little warmth in my hand, and I'll cast Cure Wounds for sure. Like she looks bad, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I got you. Good. 8, 9, 4, 13, 3,
Go.
17.
So, Daddy's here.
What did he want?
Just wait, Mika.
I can't believe you're still standing.
Well, he didn't want to kill me. I think he wanted to test me.
For what?
I don't know. He said something about a hollow gate. Did you hear that?
It seemed to me like he was talking about Fern being the vessel.
I remember he feels like he manufactured you.
Yeah.
You sort of revealed yourself. He's going to come looking for.
He made it pretty obvious he's coming back.
He wants you to be the one that Predathos goes into. The vessel.
Oh.
I'm sorry, did you say that dragon was Fern's father? How does that?
So not the dragon, but there's like a mean guy who rides the dragon.
Oh, okay.
Yes, but the dragon's name is Gloomglot. How
Her
cool
dad's
is
name
that?
is Shamwood Zathuda.
All right, yeah.
It's real fun.
Pretty gnarly.
It's okay.
It's like a big bad
Well,
thing.
we can't let him take you. If that's what he wants,
No.
How did he find you?
That's what I was thinking.
We've made our presence pretty well known. you
Sure, but
guys.
we bamfed down from the moon. We walked a distance. We were asleep in a tent and covered from the sky.
He came through the bridge as well, right after us?
It's then we're in an outpost not that far from the Malleus Key.
I mean, it did kind of tease me a little bit, and I woke up and there was a cute little creature, and I followed it.
You gotta stop following cute creatures, Fern.
I know. It didn't seem like it was.
How about we
bad or
compromise with just take a buddy?
Yeah.
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 There's no
I
reason to
didn't want to
stop.
wake anybody up because everybody was so tired. It was dumb. I understand.
Bring a friend.
But I'll bring a friend next time. I feel like shit.
Do you have something from your dad's?
Terrible.
Do you have like jewelry or a piece of armor or something from his, like a heirloom or?
We shook off the people at the bottom of the Malleus Key. So, how was he able to come right to you? And we gotta tell the Tempest because this place is compromised.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, is it just me? Like, because I'm
Maybe.
his kid?
I mean, maybe they know where this encampment is, and maybe they sent a little. What kind of creature was it?
It was a sugar glider.
Whatever that is.
Man, yeah.
Oh, what was I supposed to do?
As a note too, like this fortress isn't hidden. You know, it's an encampment that's built to defend itself, and the position where it is
Still
defensible, but it's not cloaked or hidden.
Right. I mean, it would have been a little rodent was able to get in.
Yeah.
You know?
Just run around. I mean,
Yeah.
like I said, he was flying over the city, being like, Callaway, when we
But
were on the moon.
our impression of this place where they've gathered, they're not broadcasting their presence here, right? Like, yes, people might know that this
fortress or whatever it is here, but they're not, like, making a big to-do about being here, or are they?
Not at the moment, but you do know that many soldiers currently are encamped here and more are on the way. Some sky ships do come, as well as other that are magically transported. You know, it is a slow.
Do you want me to
building
fucking
of
spoon
forces
feed you,
both
dude?
to
Like,
play
what do I need to
defense
do here?
to these various fortresses around the Malleus Key, and to mount an eventual offense once the information that you've
Fuck it,
gained
you're dumb,
can
you
be
see it, I don't-
consolidated with the
you know.
various captains to decide on a plan.
Okay.
You definitely tried to murder him on Rudis, so.
But he let you live.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Jack. I'm not coming over there and
Spoke a
showing you
lot
where
of
it is.
Honeyed words. He wants to recruit her. And it sounds like from the way he was talking that he could give a fuck about Ludness or any of the others.
Well, he never got along with Odahan.
He's making a play for himself. He
Yeah.
wants to use for
My mom says she's not with Ludness. Your dad says he's not with Ludness. Every man out for themselves.
Well, you know, I'm a deep believer in judging somebody by the company they keep, so.
Exactly.
It's also not a bad thing. The more fractured they are.
The weaker they are.
Yeah. Good point.
One more time. What's a ludinous?
Yeah, fill you in.
Sorry, Dorian.
We'll fill in Dorian as we head back towards the tent to try and get these
We'll
two
fill
some
you in, Robbie,
sleep.
on the break.
Yeah.
No, I know. I'm RPing, Laura.
As the two who are worse for wear from the recent encounter finish off the rest of their evening's rest, the rest of you take the time in the early morning to fill Dorian in with some of the more complicated details of the Ruby Vanguard, Ludinus Deleth, what has transpired and what is to come. As the sunrise in the early morning warmth begins to take the Hellcatch Valley, we're going to take a break.
Did he say the hollowed gate or hollowed cage?
The hallowed cage.
Hallowed?
Hallowed.
Not hollow. Hallowed.
Hallowed cage.
By the way,
Hello?
or I'm totally passed out in the goat leg crook.
I think that's.
You did.
After all
Oh,
this.
yes, like the Titian site is the overall site where the Malleus Key
I
is.
think when you wake up, you'll be 3 down.
So it's like
3 down?
of this like crater.
Damn. It's separate from our wall. He flew that.
Well, there were so many bad moves.
Far
There was
west
so much
of
shit I
the Titian
forgot.
site.
Just think about it, if you hadn't knocked out those two,
That would have been
who
it.
knows
And,
what.
and fire damage every time they hit you, and also
And I
they fucking jumped you in the
I
alley.
forgot that there was a lot to keep track of.
You
My
were one
bad.
death save away, silly goose. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that was, it couldn't have gone any better.
If she would have done.
Well, I can't know. We can't know.
Go to break!
Okay.
These are good conversations for after the episode. See y'all here in a few minutes.
Hello critters, my name is Sam,
And I'm Kay.
and we are the owners of Roll and Play Press.
We've recently released One Shot Wonders, which has over 100 one-shot adventures for D&D. It's been hugely popular with game masters all over the world, with thousands using it in their games.
Yes, and now we are crowdfunding for the Map Library, which is a huge box set of battle maps for all of the adventures in One Shot Wonders. So let's dive in and see what's inside.
The Map Library is the ultimate collection of battle maps for fantasy RPGs, with digital versions also included with the box set. This case of over 60 maps folds open into a freestanding pocket, so you can easily flick through and choose the map you need for your game. Every battle map in the Map Library has a 1-inch grid and is dry erasable, so you can easily mark down traps, hazards, and spell effects. Each stunning map is inspired by an adventure in One Shot Wonders, which means you have a D&D session ready to play for every map in the box. If you don't have a copy of One Shot Wonders, you can pick up one as part of the Kickstarter campaign. The book has over 100 D&D adventures that come with locations, characters, session plans, and more, so you can prep your next game in minutes. The index inside the Map Library makes it even easier to find the best map for your game.
Head to rollandplaypress.com/library.
Do you pledge today?
No.
Honey, kids, I'm home. Welcome home, dear.
Thank you.
And you know what night it is?
It's Thursday night!
This summer, get the membership the entire family can enjoy. Your one-stop shop for the world of Critical Role. Including a 10% discount in all our shops. Live event pre-sales, a private Discord, and instant access to all podcasts and VODs for all your favorite shows.
Hurry up, Mom! Critical Role is about to start!
With Beacon, all your dreams can become a reality. Beacon will introduce you to what has been and what could be.
Is Sam turning into a sunflower?
No, son. Sam has always been a sunflower.
Is Sam my father?
No, I'm your father.
Beacon will bring you to the edges of the
Cosmic threat zone. No mortal eyes can be hidden.
Oh, the new episode of Candela just dropped.
Oh, spooky.
Beacon. Endless stories, endless possibilities.
Spooky. Nothing. I love you. Yeah. They're so gross. Mm. Oh. Gross. Oh, so gross. What's gross? Oh, this caramel thing that I've been eating for weed. Got a weird taste to it. And welcome back.
Welcome back.
Oh, wow, we're going with it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, most of you now catching up to the others with an evening's rest. The late morning introduces you to a relatively hot midday here in the Hellcatch. The open blue sky with the occasional distant white plumed cloud in the distance, still kind of overshadowed by the ever-present glowing beam and red moon. But the fortress is still a bit abuzz from the events of this morning. There have been long bouts of quiet with short skirmishes with whether it be exterior guardians or testing scouts from the Vanguard's positioning. But the sight of that beast has definitely set everyone on edge. But you are awake, and the day is yours. What would you like to do?
I did want to grab the, what's left of the mirror before
Is that something that we can
Before you head back.
retroactively?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
You say you grabbed the remnants of the shattered mirror, and it is like about this large here, in its hand size. Kind of a cool, twisted, kind of spiraling, dark iron metal sort of exterior.
And just the frame, or like pieces of the mirror too?
I think just anything that's left.
Okay.
Handful, shattered pieces.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but it does not feel safe here. I know it's protected and there are battlements and everything else, but we got to get off the X. Not just because of Fern. I mean, we stirred up a hornet's nest up there. They're gonna come looking for us.
I think we're more of a liability to these people, more than anything.
I think we are the X. I think that, I don't know. I don't think there's anywhere to go anymore. I think that running, I don't know. Running seems silly at this point.
Well, we could get further away than 100 feet from the Malleus.
Yeah, we're a little close.
I think we fill everyone in on what's happening and what we found.
Yeah.
We find out from Everoa more about the plans. She mentioned Aor, right? That's where Ludinus is right now. That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
We have to tell everyone.
And I want to get a better sense of what everyone here, the Tempest, all of them, intend to do next. So maybe we can call a meeting.
Yeah.
Bring Everoa, bring everyone, swap info.
We do it now.
Yeah.
Do we feel like there's any merit while we're still on this side of the globe to visiting, like, Imahara Joe regarding FCG, or is that...
The fragments that we also got from where we were up on the moon.
Yeah.
I would much rather be going somewhere than running from somewhere.
Isn't Joe here?
Well, he's up in Bassaris. Oh, wait.
I think he's here, right?
Station?
Or was Joe here, or was he with the Ashari?
You're uncertain where he is at the moment.
But he had been with Keyleth.
Keyleth
Oh,
had
we
helped
left him in Whitestone. Okay.
I don't know, I feel distracted.
Keyleth first.
Yeah.
Okay. You gather your things for the day, and it doesn't take long for you to notice that the energy is a little lifted. There is presence and purpose to some of the more elite guard within this space, and the central kind of war tent where you were first introduced to some of the Exandrian Accord here. You can see the security detail around it is a bit thick. It gives the sense that there at least is some sort of important figures meeting. And if you approach around this time, you can see partway in through the central open tent that there are figures having a discussion, and you can hear the voice of the Tempest, just kind of beyond the edge of the material itself, as well as a few other hushed voices. As you approach the guard, they kind of take note, and one of them steps forward. There is a meeting, but how is it important to speak to the council?
Very.
It is if you could tell the Tempest that her savior blade and his circle are here.
Very well. He steps inside behind the cloak. It's a brief little whisper. Returns. You may enter. Pulls aside and you enter within, and you can see the kind of central pillar of the tent has been pulled open, so a lot of the sunlight comes in and kind of fills the space with a warm light amongst the other kind of hanging chandeliers that are affixed on the various chains and cables that sit in the center, kind of keeping the area well lit regardless of the shading. You can see the large table itself is spread out, and present indeed is Keyleth, the voice of the Tempest. You also see Topher Batoris and Key Mendozi. The Earthbreaker Groom is not present, or any other figures. There's just these three currently having a conversation. As you step inside, you see Keyleth turns and smiles and nods, but you can see the kind of the lines under her eyes. She looks like she probably hasn't slept in a bit, and there is a bit of a lean to her body against the table.
She still look... I
like she's recovering from her wounds?
Best you can tell? Make an insider medicine check, actually.
Okay. They're the same.
Are they?
They are. 13.
13. You don't see any visible wounds, and the way she's leaning doesn't appear to be that she's at a dearth of strength, more that she just looks a little tired and just kind of bracing the edge of the table. But you're welcome to inquire further in. As you all approach, Keelan.
Sorry, I can't remember. Is Everoa rolling with us, or I don't remember.
Are you bringing Everoa with you?
Everoa went off with Keelan.
Yeah.
Okay.
The previous night, so.
But she should be here.
Unless Everoa's already filled.
Somewhere around.
Or nearby.
Everoa is not currently in this tent, but can be retrieved if you want to ask.
Okay.
Do you wish to have Everoa retrieved?
No, I just couldn't remember if she was with us or if we had handed her off to Keelan.
Understood. Yeah, you handed her off to Keelan before you went to bed the night before.
Oh, god damn it.
But as you approach, Keelan straightens up a bit. Good morning, you all. I'm happy to see that you're recovering from your journey.
Kind of relaxed last night.
So I heard there was a perimeter incursion.
Yeah. How much do you know other than the creature that was in the sky? Do you know the individual?
I understand that is the Sorrow Lord, an alliance between Seminar and the Unsealed has indeed been confirmed.
In Fern's head. Are you gonna tell him?
I can certainly see the reasoning why, however, maybe it's criminal scouting, but nevertheless, the Unsealed are by nature mercurial and layered in malevolence. The fact that it was so overt gives me pause.
Mercurial is a good word.
That is, my dad.
Your father?
Yes.
It's a recent discovery.
I didn't know this.
Topher leans in a little bit. You've neglected to let us know that your father is one of the higher members of the Ruby Vanguard.
It's a recent discovery.
Yes,
You didn't ask.
Yeah.
Kayla kind of puts her hand up. And how familiar are you with this figure?
Not at all. That was actually the first time we talked, which was in the wee hours this morning. I did know that he was.
You spoke with him. You're why he was here.
Yes.
Okay.
But you know, I didn't. He said a lot of things that I think
He tried to murder her last night.
Yeah. And so he was testing me. But he was saying many things, like something to do with a hallowed cage. I don't know if any of this is ringing a bell.
They'll kind of look at each other. Gives a nod over to the orc and sorcerer, Key, who immediately kind of looks over, starts jotting notes down.
Possibly, that I maybe, I guess, would be a vessel for something.
Do y'all know about the vessels? So what they're planning,
Watch your step.
they want to wake up Rudolphos, right? And what we've gathered is that they want to channel that divinity into some of the more exalted of the Ruinspawn.
And they have alluded to trying to find the right potential person to be the vessel for Rudolphos.
Currently, I believe it's my mother. Although I don't know if she I don't know what's. She may be a spy now for us, kinda.
Still feels undecided.
Yeah.
It's a lot of info.
Parents are the best.
Loyalty seems very thin amongst most of the upper echelon people that we've met. They also talk about betraying one another as soon as possible.
Thus a renewed sense of urgency. Seems like their timetables have all moved up. We encountered 5 Mayans while we were on the moon. We've seen division among their ranks. The brazen attack last night, this morning, whatever you want to call it. There was no fear. He just came for her. And then let her live, like with a test. I don't think we have as much time as we think we do.
They were all preparing. Yes. Busy little bees on the moon. They were word through the streets.
These guys are doing no fucking DPS, dude. I should just leave, dude. Jesus Christ.
I think we might have bought ourselves a little bit of time. The reason why we had to leave, make haste from the moon so quickly is because half of our group was part of a plan that was a massive detonation. Big explosion to maybe collapse some of their infrastructure.
Yeah.
And then the other half of us went and did a little infiltration mission to get back Everoa. So we might have slowed them down by just a tick, but it's hard to say.
There was a lot of explosion.
Did you have time to speak with Everoa?
We have spoken with the
Bormodo.
The entity was apparently offensive. The Bormodo, known as Everoa, they have been very forthcoming in helping us and teaching us a bit of their experience and culture and this volition that you did business with as well. We are eager to make contact with them as part of the eventual siege of Ruidus. If we can establish a means of communication and plot as one, that will give us a grand advantage. We are in the process of gathering many of our esteemed allies. Numerous champions have been gathering across Exandria to the various divine, and I think we have a shot.
What's the plan?
Well, that is going to require us to take some of the information that you found and see how many of our friends are not caught up in the rest of the mounting chaos around Exandria. Keith leans forward a bit. Indeed, the Vanguard sympathizers continue to be a growing force across the various cultures. There are rising demagogues using Ludinus's cycling illusory speeches as a means to grow support for his endeavor, or at least mistrust of what we're trying to do. We're seeing protests, we're seeing riots. There are a number of political forces that have sent aid to our plight here, but we are still challenged to gather all of our resources as the numerous magical bindings that were undone in the wake of the solstice have let loose a countless number of dark magics and long-forgotten evils that have been wantonly tearing through each and every countryside. Inevitably another part of Ludinus's plan to distract and divide us. So, knowing this, I'm to go ahead and continue, as I have been. You can see as she closes her eyes a bit, to see who I can pull together, see who I can trust to come at our aid at this time. See who I can convince to come out of retirement. See who I can convince to
Charging. Move.
Maybe step in for one final hurrah.
You have my bow. Charging.
This is a plot that is beyond us, beyond you.
Charging.
I will beseech the leaders that have themselves joined the accord. We're looking to put our heads together to the best way to exhibit our strengths, especially if what you say is true, and we do not have as much time. Now, this Everoa had spoken of Ludinus having dealings in Isocross.
Did we bring back the? Did we already show you the?
No.
What we brought?
I had it. I'll start to open the bag of holding and pull out a section of the machinery that we took.
Now kind of inspect it closely with nods. You can see that Myth-Taker Key kind of looking very curiously at also. Well, this is very quite majestic design. More than I've ever quite myself done. I would like to think one day I could use to correct the enchantments to it. This is present before. This is damage as it is. Magnificent.
Advanced?
Definitely Arcana. Yeah. Definitely. You see Gil's kind of lean back a bit into her mantle. Do we think we know where Ludinus is?
According to Everoa, she said he's been researching and trying to gather things from Aor.
And do you believe he might possibly still be there?
Yes. It seems to be
I'm
a
leaving.
place of
I'm
focus
done.
for them. There were numerous pieces of machinery like this.
Then perhaps time is indeed of the essence.
Even with this Malleus key, pretty sure it was tech from that era. And it seems like it might be imperative to their plan of awakening Prodothos.
Topher kind of puts both elbows on the table and leans forward, kind of scrunching their central dragonhorn eyebrow. It was discussed with the Viridian Bermuda that they have encountered numerous challenges in their plot, and perhaps if this tech is what they're reliant on, they are seeking an answer within it as well. I do not know much at all about this Aor. Keyleth goes, I know of a few that have done some research there. Let me reach out and see if there's... Just a moment. And she reaches into her cloak, and you see she pulls out a particular stone and kind of steps away from the table for a bit. A little bit kind of quietly off at the side. Steps back from the shadows. Well, the individual that I know who has some personal experience with Isocross and the ruins of Aor is in the midst of an important mission that they have yet to complete. But they said they can send another individual, an archivist of some kind, they said to look for, who has also researched these ruins. Said it shouldn't be too long. Perhaps gather your things. Maybe they can help take you to a place where this information might be more readily available in the middle of this godforsaken desert.
Send us after them?
To find information, hopefully. If not you, I'll find somebody else for the task. But If Ludinus is still there, Ludinus needs to be stopped if possible. At the very least, what he's after be destroyed before he can make use of it.
Boy, I feel we're really close to all this.
The more time we can claw from their plot, the better chances we have of success. They've had the upper hand this entire time. They sprung this long, deeply spun plot on us with very little knowledge on our part, and as such, we've been desperately trying to catch up. And with every step we take, they're 14 ahead. Now, with what you've done, a number of our other allies of the Accord have been able to accomplish in this past week. We've been able to reclaim some of that distance, but it's not enough. I would not ask you so closely after a dangerous mission to partake in another.
Why stop now? We're just getting started.
We're pretty invested.
Yeah.
You, Dorian?
Oh. Perhaps I am not as familiar with the trees, but I have seen the forest, and things are not good out there. If you're relying on the help of the gods and champions, I can't say that I trust them anymore. If you're looking to do something of this magnitude, it's going to take people. And, there are no people I would rather be with, so... Yes.
Me and a few allies have some ideas, but we need to set the stage for it. Believe it or not, I am one of the few who have actually met the gods of Exandria myself in person. They are a awe-inspiring and deeply complicated array. But we need to see what we can do to ensure that they are aligned with us. You only have one shot at this. So that's part of my responsibility. If you wish to step up to this one, it'll have to be quick. It'll have to be soon. So, she looks at the rest of the current council there. Topher kind of sits up, arms crossed. I'll be honest. I wasn't sure what to think of you when you first arrived. But it wouldn't be the first time a series of scrappy fuck-ups have left me with more respect than I anticipated. So, go for it.
Too far and lost too much to give up now.
So are you wanting us to go to Aor? Is that what they're saying?
That's what they're saying, Laudna.
And if hypothetically we encounter Ludinus,
Stop him. Slow him. Squeeze what information you can out of him and keep safe. Do not do anything that you'll regret. Do not do anything to put yourself in more danger than is necessary. And do not let him take either of you.
Yeah.
In an odd way, I think the two of you are the safest of his wrath right now. The rest of you less safe, so.
With all due respect, fuck you guys. It's incredible to me that you would send, to use your words, a group of fuck-ups and send us to the moon, no backup. We see things that none of you have ever seen. Encountered the Five Minds, seen Predathos, blue glass, species that have never been seen on Exandria. And then we're gonna go after Ludinus to some city named Aor by ourselves. And it's stop him, good luck, but don't risk too much. I'll say this much. Whoever you're talking to, whoever the decision makers are, that should come through us. We've paid in blood, and bone, and metal. And we have more answers than it seems you do down here. You should check in with all of us. We're the keepers of knowledge, not you. It's not the other way around.
There's a pause taken before Tofel kind of leans forward. The scaled muscles flexing beneath the armor.
We appreciate what you have done, but so many others are out there fighting their own fights. You haven't seen with your own eyes the terrifying release of Kaforda, as it has devoured half of the Turst fields and the people within. You haven't seen the various towers that have fallen in the wake of these magical shackles released, ancient shadows, devouring children and women alike. Everyone is fighting individual fights. We have only asked of you what you seem to be best suited for and tied to. And at no point have we forced you to do that.
Keelth leans in. He's not wrong. He's not wrong, Tofel. And perhaps I should be a little more clear. And I do apologize. Being in a position of leadership for as long as I've been, and having to have made many hard decisions in my time with little time to consider. Can sometimes make you feel a little hard. You're not wrong. And I'm sorry.
I appreciate the apology. Sometimes it's important to see how someone reacts to a push. I also want to know how expendable we are to you. And I can see the heart behind your words.
Charging.
So, not so hard after all.
She's fine.
To Jenny's point, the last time that we encountered Ludinus, he threw an airship at us.
To be fair, we threw it first.
Guessing.
Yeah.
Parried
We
it.
lost a companion fighting one of his henchmen. We certainly aren't in any place to be fighting Ludinus himself.
We almost lost Fern. He almost sucked her away, and then he fell into a pit of lava, and turns out it was just Ludinus but snow.
You're right.
It was just a snow Ludinus. And we almost died.
And all these things that you're saying are the type of challenges that are being asked of every single person on Exandria. Lest we just step aside and let them do what they wish. You don't have to do any of this.
I'm here for it.
We're all here for it.
You can walk away any moment and none of us will blame you.
No, you don't understand. Listen, I came off hard because, again, I wanted to see what your reaction would be. We would be lobbying you for this opportunity. We have a score to settle. We've lost people. We're incentivized. But it's always good to know what the leverage is. It's very easy to become the lowest common denominator very quickly.
Especially after seeing that he's prepared for armies, he's prepared for gods, he is not prepared for people. Every setback hasn't been armies, hasn't been gods, it's just been some group of fuck-ups somewhere.
are actually exactly what you need. I will admit, though, if you got a box of tricks or toys or magic items that could change the way we look or give us any sort of assistance or help with being sneaky, with these loud motherfuckers, I'm sure they'd take it. Because me, I'm like a fart in the wind. You don't know where I'm going to come from, but they need some help.
You can smell you coming.
Topher, who has, up to this point, kept a very hard-lined and somewhat aggressive presence, can't help but laugh under their breath a bit before clearing their throat. Kills countenance.
Keep moving.
Many relics and powerful artifacts have been in the hands of those trying to quell these uprisings, these unforeseen dangers, some of which have been dealt with, many that are still being done with. But the hope is, as we gather our forces, we also gather our resources. And we do have some. So,
Keep moving.
as I continue to make my treks, as I continue to reach out and solidify the circle of friends that we can call to the front lines with us when the time comes, I'm sure many of them will bring a few gifts they can share.
Imogen, can you put a image in someone's head? Could you show them what the 5 minds look like?
I could certainly try. I can do mind reading. That might be better.
You create the floating illusion of the 5 extremely deadly psychic entities that are the hive mind themselves floating. Their dangling thin limbs no longer really needed for the sheer force of their mental fortitude and capabilities.
Pretend you're seeing this just in your brain.
Don't act like you're not impressed. The reason I bring it up is the artillery is great. The firepower has its place. But the psychic level,
Oh, yeah.
if there's wards or protections or any, whatever it is you do, that's where you should beef up.
I make them do like the Thriller dance though while I'm throwing it.
Well, as we begin to plot this out, there are a number of pillars of the forces of Ruidus. This Imperium has multiple different points of capability and strength. Looking about the rest of the room, we've discussed the best way to handle this as a simultaneous assault. To tackle one gives the others time to prepare and respond. Plus, distraction, as we've seen, allows those of less noticeable presence to get to the more sensitive areas.
Hey, it's a method we tried and tested and
Seen it work.
yeah.
I have a link.
Well, hopefully, when next we speak, 1, I'll have slept some more, and 2, I'll have more exciting things to show you. Some more exciting friends for you to meet. And a plan for us all to eventually bring this to an end.
How much time do you think we have? How long are we going to be on standby while you figure out next moves?
I wish I could tell you.
Days?
A week or more?
Before we go to Aor? Or a week or more to be
A week
in
or more until we begin to really understand how many forces we have at our disposal.
Right.
There are troops in transit. Some magically transport here quickly. There are some that equipment and all take sky ships. There are some that prefer to take the ocean and may not even arrive here in time. Magic has its limits. But there are a number of heroes and soldiers and bounty hunters and powerful guardians of the temple. There are many proven heroes from all across Exandria. Some that have stepped into the shadows having nothing to do with this, but many who have sworn themselves to this cause.
This could be over in a week.
It could be.
We have to go to AR now.
It's about this time there's a bit of commotion outside, and the kind of tent door opens. The guard on the outside goes, members of the Accord, there is an arrival here. Says they were sent by a Widogast. And the door opens, and you see a figure step in, a human figure. Looks like male human in his 40s, shaggy blonde gray hair, like a chin strap beard, deep set green eyes, kind of wearing bundled, slightly too big travel robes and a shoulder pack. Who steps in? I'm sorry to bother all of you. My name is Seth Domade. I am an archivist of the Cobalt Soul. I was sent by a friend to help. I stepped into something maybe a bit intense. I can wait outside.
Oh, no. Come on, wait.
What was your, Seth what?
Seth Domade.
Can I just ever so... No, fine.
Okay.
I don't need to do that.
You have knowledge of Aor?
Yes, it has been of particular interest to me and two other archivists over the past decade or so, since the ruins have been in conflict between the Dwendalian Empire and the Kryn Dynasty. A number of artifacts and various rumors have been swirling about, and for a brief time it was available for research.
Have you been there before?
I have been. It has been a number of years since the Cerberus Assembly took complete control of the site, but I do know a bit.
So they have control now?
They do, and have had for a few years.
Do you know of a way to get in to avoid them?
I have not been there in some time, and I have not seen all of the ruins, only but a bit of it. But with enough care and foresight, I think we can probably get to some places safely. What are we doing? I don't know what exactly...
Oh,
Keyleth kind of goes, thank you very much, Archivist Domade. Indeed, I appreciate you coming on such short notice. These are Bell's Hells. They are powerful, strong-hearted, and to be deeply respected champions of the Exandrian Accord. Very well. Pleasure to meet each and every one of you. And they have just returned from Ruidus after a very successful infiltration and a series of espionage and sabotage missions upon the enemy and the Vanguard. Well, I'm very curious to hear what is on the moon, and well, so what do you need from me?
Your knowledge.
Yeah, we probably need to know how to get to this place.
What to expect when we're there.
Where to start looking.
What to bring with us.
So there seems to be a lot of gadgets like this on the moon. I point to the thingy.
If you know anything about lewdness, obviously, that'd be good to know.
I know of him. He is the highest archmage of the Cerberus Assembly. And as of late, the Assembly has abandoned the Empire, more or less. It seems that him and a number of members have, how do you say, withdrawn?
Do you know what they've done with the furniture at the... Sir, a lot of it's mine.
You did the furniture?
You want yeah. It's okay.
I'm not familiar with such furniture.
I'm sure that someone's making good use of it.
Oh, yeah.
Of course. He kind of like pulls out a pair of glasses and kind of puts them on.
I'm sorry, Chet. I'm sorry.
This is what breaks Chet.
What do you use?
If the Cerberus Assembly is challenging to trust, given that many of them are believed to be aligned with the Ruby Vanguard and Ludinus, or secretly aiding its business, that definitely challenges the options of who we can speak to that might know more about what they are doing there and where he might be within. That being said, I believe there is one member, at the very least, that might be available for interrogation, if not taken for part of their word. If we are to find this individual, I will need your help in both encircling and holding this individual present and pliable. And you see this kind of weirdly awkward figure get a little dark in the moment. It catches you off guard. Just their glasses.
Who would this... First of all, how many members of the Cerberus Assembly are there, these archmages?
There are 8 of them.
8. And who would this individual be?
Best I tell you along the way.
Right.
Oh. Before we forget, we brought souvenirs, and I start rummaging through the bag, and I get out the big globe.
Globe. So we got this globe
of the moon.
This is what they think Predathos looks. All these crystals coming out. That's what they think Predathos.
Is.
Yeah, so you see how there's these columns, and there's this blue core. That's Predathos.
That's mildly terrifying.
The glass is what his body was. What?
That's big.
Yeah.
That is big.
If you touch it, it's tingly. The glass. It's tingly.
Not that. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
You can see Key is writing all this down feverishly, but then he's still distracted at the globe. So you're saying Predathos is very large?
Very large.
Fantastic. And he's right now, I see a little sweat on the brow.
Or was.
And they're talking about somehow Predathos going into a vessel.
Right.
Right.
Your size or your size.
Multiple vessels.
So-
We're not exactly sure.
Right. A lot of language got thrown around. You still want to come with us?
I'm thinking about it. Of course.
Also, I got all these look at all these little ooey gooey, little fetuses in jars.
Everyone takes a step back from the central table.
I forgot about those.
Yeah. They're totally fucking with some experimentation.
Bioengineering.
Bioengineering.
How delightful.
Look.
Okay,
Look
that's
at
a little
Gary's
inappropriate.
bruise.
I'm just gonna use telekinetic mage hand and float them over to the table slowly.
You set it down and one of them twitches in the jar.
Oh no.
You've made it mad.
But it seems like they're making super Rylorans.
Terrifying. Okay. Well, thank you. We'll get this to our present researchers and see how we can possibly extract information that can aid us ahead. She takes her staff and pushes it a little further away on the table. Very well. Domade, if you would allow them to gather their things and I guess be their escort to the level in which you are comfortable.
Where are we off to now? Not Aor right now. We're going to find this assembly member.
Yes, I believe I know where one might be. And the less that we speak of it, the less chance there is of them somehow knowing. House, I know we sit in a comfortable space here. I am uncertain as to what ears may be about.
Fair.
All right.
Just the glasses again.
Now this is Larkin, right?
This is
Okay.
100%.
Yes.
Got it.
9 years later.
Catching on.
First to the table.
What's the mode of transport? Or are we talking about that somewhere else?
Oh, I'm the mode of transport.
Oh, we're doing it that way.
Oh, you got the magic jumps?
Yes. I am an accomplished sorcerer and have used my skills to be helpful to the Cobalt Soul in our research.
Oh, stop shouting.
What?
It's a figure.
Speed.
Never listen
Don't
to anything
worry,
he says
you're not.
unless he's really angry.
He's a very sassy old man.
I think this will be a fun journey together.
Oh, I look at Keyleth. Where's Imaharajo? Did he come with you?
No, he's currently resting in Whitestone and is in the process of to help us cobble together some of our various magical and alchemical materials to give us some edges in the battlefield.
You should know about FCG.
Would you like me to tell him? Or would you like to tell him?
For us, but I trust her.
It's up to you. Do you prefer us?
He'll likely be returning with me after I do my next pass of...
We'll see you soon. Better. It was gonna be a while, but we'll see him soon.
I'll let you tell him.
I know that we wanted to refresh our supplies and get re-outfitted. Will there be time for that before we head to wherever it is we're going? What does it do there?
Well, good question. Archivist Amade, where are you intending to take them before heading towards Islecross? Well, should my information be correct, we will be making a brief stop in Zadash, which is in the Dwendalian Empire. There should be a number of places to resupply.
That's a pretty big city, if I remember right.
It is of sizable expansion, that is true. There are a number of districts there that could be of your disposal. So.
That'll be fine.
That'll do.
I'll do.
We have enough cash to buy
We're gonna need some money.
potions if we need to free up.
Daddy's got you.
We can reach into the war chest. Do not worry.
We'll take a war chest.
How much do you need?
How much you got?
We have a lot, but we have many directions to put these resources.
10,000 gold pieces?
To Aor to trail the head of the dragon, so
500 gold more than we're comfortable with would be great.
You see, figure, he goes, look, I do not mean to barge into here, but just give a number.
10,000 gold pieces.
10,000 gold pieces? What's Topher?
Done.
Points to one of the nearby guards.
Fetch by themselves 10,000 gold pieces.
And they immediately shove off.
I know, God, we should have.
I love it when you're a monster. That was great.
So is the energy that we're going now?
I guess,
Is
yeah.
that...
Back to tell him.
I prefer us, but I trust her.
It's up to you. If you prefer us, then.
He'll likely be returning with me after I do my next pass of...
We'll see him soon. It might be better. It was gonna be a while, but we'll see him soon.
I'll let you tell him.
I know that we wanted to refresh our supplies and maybe get re-outfitted. Will there be time for that before we head to wherever it is we're going? Or is it something we could do there?
Good question. Archivist Amade, where are you intending to take them before heading towards Islecross? Well, should my information be correct, we will be making a brief stop in Zadash, which is in the Dwendalian Empire. There should be a number of places to resupply.
It's a pretty big city, if I remember right.
It is of sizable expansion, that is true. There are a number of districts there that could be of your disposal. So.
That'll be fine.
That'll do.
I'll do.
We have enough cash to buy
We're gonna need some money.
potions if we need to free up.
Daddy's got you.
We can reach into the war chest. Do not worry.
We'll take a war chest.
How much do you need?
How much you got?
We have a lot, but we have many directions to put these resources.
10,000 gold pieces?
To Aor to trail the head of the dragon, so.
500 gold more than what you feel comfortable with would be great.
You see, Myth Taker, he goes, look, I do not mean to barge into here, but just give a number.
10,000 gold pieces.
10,000 gold pieces? What's Topher?
I missed it again, God damn it.
Well, good question. Archivist Amade, where are you intending to take them before heading towards Islecross?
They will be used not only
Well,
at Fallside Outpost,
should my information be correct, we will be making a brief stop in Zadash, which is in Dwendalian Empire. There should be a number of places to resupply.
It's a pretty big city, if I remember right.
It is of sizable expansion, that is true. There are a number of districts there that could be of your disposal. So
with an empty stomach,
That'll be
a
fine.
relative has
That'll do.
one directive: to eat. Help guide
We have
this
enough
one's
cash to
home.
buy
We're gonna need some money.
What is
potions and
Tough it is.
anything to free up.
Daddy's got you.
We can reach into the war chest. Do not worry.
We'll take a war chest.
How much do you need?
How much you got?
We have a lot, but we have many directions to put these resources.
10,000 gold pieces?
To Aor to trail the head of the dragon, so.
500 gold more than what you feel comfortable with would be great.
you see, Myth Taker, he goes, look, I do not mean to barge into here, but just give a number.
10,000 gold pieces.
10,000 gold pieces? What's Topher?
Done.
Points to one of the nearby guards.
Fetch by themselves 10,000 gold pieces.
And they immediately shove off.
I know, God, we should have.
I love it when you're a monster. That was great.
So is the energy that we're going now?
I guess,
Is
yeah,
that-
I guess
oh,
that's the
okay.
energy
Take a minute
control.
to gather our things.
Dorian's gonna scamper outside really quick, and like unbeknownst, it's really fast. He's gonna hit up these three little like single man tents where there's like an armor, and he's just like frantically grabbing
Oh, I'll
shit.
help you. I'll help you with that shit.
Okay, thank you. And it's like very clumsy.
Well, I've got a giant hole, so I'm gonna.
You've got a hole?
I'm gonna open up the magic hole.
Say that again.
It's like a. You heard me. I've got a magic hole.
He watches Ashton.
Giant hole.
Ashton takes what looks like a rolled up rug, like a dark rug, and rolls it out across the ground. And as soon as it rolls, Ashton takes what looks like a.
You heard me.
It's very clumsy.
Well, I've got a giant hole, so I'm gonna.
You've got a hole?
I'm gonna open up the magic hole.
Say that again.
It's like a. You heard me. I've got a magic hole.
He watches Ashton. Ashton takes what looks like a rolled up rug, like a dark rug, and rolls it out across the ground. And as soon as it rolls out flat, the ground just becomes like a 10-foot deep.
Just toss it in. We'll figure it out.
What is in that hole right now?
Cleaned it.
We
No,
haven't cleaned
a
it.
terrible stench begins to emerge from the inside of this pit.
There's a lot.
Thank you. These were special order. Are you?
No, don't put it in with the decomposing bodies.
Fine, we'll clean it.
You turned off our deep dark hole?
It's
We
not my
should-
favorite.
Okay.
Can we at least get all the dead bodies
I
out
would
of
love
it?
to do that if
You
we
know what?
have a
I'll
second.
just hold it. I'll just hold it.
We had 5 seconds to clear the dead bodies out of
This
this.
is
I
a bag
know.
of
Actually,
holding.
I would love-
It's
we've had a
far,
bunch of-
far more.
Dead rudest.
It actually has a nice lavender scent that comes out of it.
many sacks and
Chunks of off-planet people in here. We should probably unload right now.
Hey, Topher! Topher, look! As we start throwing.
Is it gonna let me do this or what?
Body parts out of the
Just-
hole.
You see
I'm gonna
Topher
write down a
emerge
little
from the
Just
tent.
run around, force them to give you all that shit. It's cheap.
Got it.
What do you need for...
Scampering.
Dear God, what is this?
Clothing shit.
Remnants of our mission.
You got magic to clean up and disinfect and
A little bit of wet work.
white memory. Yeah.
Other guards start looking, getting
God,
close
do I
and
need
looking
to
like.
put that on the list?
I know it's not
Stuff is like-
pleasant.
We will take this for research.
Oh, don't pretend you've never smelled anything like that before.
We should actually keep like 1 or 2 limbs. They've come in handy.
That is true.
Right.
We will keep a limb or two.
We've got some.
Can you just
juggernaut
wrap some of these
chunks
bitches for to go?
Do you want the head or the limb? We've got
Right,
some
come back with your stuff. Got it. Throw it straight into the hole.
I care. Yeah, we've got a bunch of juggernaut pieces. I mean, yeah.
You gotta keep a cap.
If you're gonna keep a couple limbs, though, don't leave them in the hole, because that
Some
turns into
tusks.
soup. Put it into the
To
back.
do
of the
8
holding, 'cause
dills,
that's like
Jesus.
video game inventory, and everything gets sectioned
No,
off
it's
separately.
The bag of holding kept it fresh. The
Yeah,
bag
no,
of
no,
holding
that's
still
not-
suits.
It remembered
You're
work.
right. The hole is like.
But it keeps items separate from each other.
That's true. It
So the
doesn't
troll
make
dick
everything.
didn't
Right?
affect
So,
everything else.
Right,
It
you're not
comes
gonna
out
get
as a-
gangrene on like a
This should
healing
mostly just be
potion.
for big things. Let's just keep this down for
Yeah,
big.
like
While they're
body odor.
fighting, I'm fidgeting with a little piece of copper in my pocket,
Okay.
and I just whisper to Keyleth, "Are you sure they're ready for this?"
She looks towards you.
What do you want to keep? Some forearms, some fingers?
From personal experience, weirdly, probably.
Give me a calf and a forearm, and we'll call it even.
I got them.
I'm very excited about this.
Forearm.
I'm keeping caviar on my belt. Was that what I named him?
Yes.
So yeah.
So, and this behemoth finger.
He kind of takes his glasses off to start
Finger.
cleaning them. He goes like, I will be entirely honest. This is a very interesting first impression. I will say I am excited to see how strange it gets.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Keyleth kind of steps. Keyleth approaches you, Fern. Kind of puts her hand on your shoulder. How are you doing, Fern?
How am I doing? How are you doing?
I'm doing as I've always been. Perpetually going. How are you holding up?
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'll be okay.
All right. You look exhausted.
Yes, I am.
You look exhausted.
Yes, I am.
Oh, those are breadcrumbs. Those are loaves.
I am exhausted. I am so tired.
I'm
Your hair.
my spirit is exhausted. You look stretched across the ground, my dear.
Yes.
Do you need help?
I would take any help that you could give.
All right. And she kind of reaches into her side satchel. It's like kind of stitched to the edge of her armor, and pulls out what looks like a handful of dust. And as she brings it up to her hand, you can see it kind of glimmer a bit. And she begins to place her hand on your shoulder and close her eyes. And as she does, the wind begins to pick up around you, like around your legs and around your waist. And as it picks up, the dust from her hand begins to be swirled through the dust itself and kind of create this weird kind of shining gossamer ribbon of some sort of a sparkly glitter-like material. As it kind of travels up, that cold rush causes you to shiver a bit, and then your body is filled with warmth. And you lose 2 points of exhaustion.
Oh, that's great. So what does that put
Does
you
that
down
put you back
to?
to stasis?
No.
Puts me down to 1.
And you're at 1.
I'm
so.
at 1. We're both at disadvantage on ability checks.
Great.
Wow.
As opposed to like 1 transformation away from death. Yeah, like
Yes.
you hit 6 and you just die.
Wow.
So I think actually,
She
yeah.
kind of shakes off her hand a bit, and you see like the few little remnants of sand. It looks like whatever's left has lost its luster, kind of falls free. Of course. I only wish I had more to offer at the moment, but where I'm off to, I have to keep a few resources at my disposal as well. But you seem to be better than you were a moment ago.
I'm much better. I'm much better.
And where are you off to?
I'm off to traverse the length and breadth of Exandria. I have a few friends to stop at, some acquaintances to speak to, and some challenged adversaries to request their assistance.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I'm but one of a number of diplomats on these missions, but I'm one of the fastest there is. And in some cases, most underestimated.
Happy recruiting.
Thank you.
Nice to be underestimated. Means you can only impress people for the most part.
Indeed, and catch them off guard.
If you need help from the champion of Asmodeus, I have his number, so I could pass that along if need be.
Well, you see, like, Topher and Master Keith's heads turn over. You see Domati kind of look over as well.
New information, new. It's all new information.
All new information.
Strange bedfellows and all that.
Need all the help you can get, you know?
No bad ideas.
No bad ideas.
No bad ideas.
Just throwing it out there.
Of course. And she like takes your hand a bit, and she pats your hand. She kind of looks at the symbol on your finger. I'll let you know. She takes her staff and kind of knocks on the ground a bit, and her mantle, the cloak, kind of spreads out behind her. The colored leaves, the ombre, kind of fade of them, kind of dragging behind. She like tightens one of the belts on her leather travel armor, and gives a nod. Good luck to you all, and wish me luck.
Get some sleep.
Once this is over, and she steps out of the tent into the light of day and treks off as the wind kind of gently carries after her.
Actually run off after her.
Okay.
And just sort of keeps pace for a minute.
Orm, a sight for extremely sore eyes, you always are.
You know, I know they're not as familiar with the depth of your character as I am, but...
None of them.
Chetney's a good man. Real old, but he's a good man. And I can attest to every single one of their characters. They've proved it again and again. I mean, if Imogen or Fern were going to go down a dark path, they would have done so by now. It's not gonna happen.
And she stops and turns to you and says, I know. She kneels down and looks you straight in the face. And I know that if they did, you'd know what to do.
But that's not gonna happen.
I trust.
My family will help your family. And hopefully we'll see the sunrise again.
Yeah. And it seems we suddenly have an easier time communicating than we once did, so don't be afraid to reach out when you can.
Will do. Anyway, I know you have a tree to catch. I'll let you get to it.
Save your blade.
Tempest.
And she continues her stride towards the nearest tree.
With those bounding leaps, like back to the.
With that, the currently present Accord members begin to scatter amongst their business. The Myth Taker takes up his book of notes, kind of gives you all a nod. Very well. Good luck. Adieu. And do not believe we have met. What is your name?
Dorian Storm, humble bard.
They call me the Myth Taker.
The Myth Taker?
Myth Taker. Key Mendozi.
I couldn't place the accent.
Magic practitioner extraordinaire.
Pardon my friend.
What's the name, right, Dorian?
The Myth Taker, lovely. It's powerful.
Taker of myths from Spain.
Just call me Key.
first name basis.
Well, it's easier when they don't make fun of my first.
I wasn't making fun of. All right. Sorry.
Damn it, Baker.
Forgiven. Yeah.
I like him. I like him.
I don't hold grudges, really. Not normally. Normally.
Are we being serious again? I like it.
Daddy, you're so easy to get. You're so good to get.
You and me are on the same plane.
I like this one.
Excellent work.
Anyway.
See that the two of you will soon be formidable
Stay alive.
competitors.
Darts out of the tent.
Hi, Mr. Cruz.
Honestly, good advice at this point.
Is Seth still in the tent?
Seth's kind of gathering his sack and stuff that he set down, puts on his shoulder strap, kind of rearranges his cloak a little bit, and turns to the rest of you, kind of takes his glasses off and folds them, puts them in a pouch. All right, I guess let me know when you're ready to head off, and we'll make our first stop.
We're ready.
I'll go over. I'm Chetney.
Chetney.
Oh.
Pleasure to meet you. Shakes
Squeeze his hand a little.
Queen's forces are amassing one small little morsel.
Come on.
Time to ensnare.
Does I smell anything weird?
Make a perception check.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. It smells like sweat. It smells like leather and travel materials. You don't catch anything strange. There's no nothing unexpected. This is a person who's been traveling for a bit, and the common sense of a person who's probably a day and a half to 2 days since their last bath comes through.
Well, lead the way.
I will need you all to gather with me, please, quickly. Close enough. Reaches into a component pouch, put two things over the hand, flicks, looks at the rest of you, begins to draw a sigil through the air, plucks a center part of the sigil, and you see as they pull, sort of the shape begins to form like a loose, it looks like a map almost, in the middle, like a glyph that begins to show almost like streets. And as they go ahead and pull it, they release it, it flicks into place, and then all of you feel yourself being pulled towards it. As you blink naturally, as your chest and sternum begin to pull like a vacuum towards it, you blink and then you go back onto your back heels, and you are now in the middle of the street. You are in a completely different location.
That is so
Amazing spells being shown recently.
Chet, you can do that? Can't you do that?
I mean, I did it in my 200s, but I kind of try and mix it up a little bit.
You gotta learn that again.
Get over my mom doing the fucking time stop.
Yeah.
Time stop?
Yeah, my mom did the spell right before we left the moon where everything froze.
Did you freeze or?
No, we were still moving. It was amazing.
That was pretty impressive. Terrifying.
Her mom is really cool.
You said your mother was able to stop time.
Yeah, it was really unique.
I mean, I can slow it down a little bit.
Who is your mother?
Her name is Liliana Temmelt.
I do not know your mother.
No,
She seems proud of it.
she is. She's working directly underneath Luminous, so he may can teach her some stuff.
Right. You see quickly in his eyes, putting the pieces together.
What's your mother's name?
Go ahead, Fern.
Huh?
They're just noises.
Did you have a... Wait,
What's your mother's name?
Thela Dumade. She was a tavern wench in her younger years, but I'm the first in my family to go to formal schooling and excel.
Extremely powerful.
She can stop time with enough ale.
You seem to, just have this little a twitch in her eye when we talk about Lunis. Do you just have any run-ins with him?
Any personal experiences?
Not in person, but he has been broadcasting himself across Exandria for weeks now.
Oh, right.
Are we in a side street right now, or are we in public Union Square?
Now that this conversation is stopped, I can go ahead and set the scene. As you take in the
What was
surroundings.
your dad's name?
Brothers, sisters, nieces.
What is your dad's name?
As an adventurer, they all died when I was young.
Oh, jeez.
That's right.
Here you stand amongst the streets of the Innerstead sprawl of Zadash. Amongst the various buildings here, the kind of aged cobblestone and packed dirt that makes the center thoroughfare. One, you can see the beautiful architecture here of the mixture of Tudor and like very Eastern European inspired building designs, usually between the 1 to 3 floor height, lines both sides of the street, though you can immediately pick up the smell of smoke. And as you can glance around, you can see there is some damage to the city. Some of the rooftops look burned or partially collapsed, and you can see bits of gray, black, and white smoke from somewhere else beyond the skyline that you can see in the immediate vicinity. Quickly looking around, you can see that there is a somewhat tense air to the people that live here. People are going about their business still, but there's not like jovial walking conversation. And with much reason, the sky itself still holds the ever clustered ley lines from the solstice. The very city itself seems to have sustained some damage, though the source of which you're uncertain of. Beyond that, you can see the Crown's Guard presence here is quite dense as well. Some that are just kind of keeping watch over the populace, some that are kind of jogging from one location to another. It almost has the air of a place that was recently under siege. As you can take in your bearings around here, Seth kind of nods. No, we should not dilly-dally. We do not want to draw the attention of the Crown's Guard.
Do you know what happened here? What this smoke is
I do
from?
not. I have not been to Zadash in some time. But if I am to assume, like many places, something or someone was freed or had long been waiting for the right moment to strike.
Oh.
There's been a lot of opportunity for those who have been patient.
Well, you know more than we do. Lead the way.
This way.
Pop, have you been here before?
I have. Lifetimes ago. It wasn't on fire, though.
Okay. As you all kind of follow suit behind Seth, it begins to lead you through these tense walkways. You get past this large structure that you can see. Probably one of the more bustling buildings here, referred to as the King's Hall, and its main signage. You can see this large kind of Hall of Justice, if you will, where there is large pillars in the front and a massive central doorway where you can see a statue of the law bearer that sits out front, itself recently constructed and raised to the front. It is polished and isn't anywhere near as weathered as the surrounding structures. And you can see there is a large number of Crown's Guard, as well as the Dwendalian military has some presence around here as well. There is some raised voices and conversation, but Seth kind of tries to keep a wide berth around it as you follow and step behind him. You begin to push beyond the King's Hall to the outer walls of the Tri-Spires district. Here you can see the interior high walls of Zadash itself, a kind of portcullis gate that is about 5 to 6 feet off the ground, and where 2 Crown's Guard currently sit on the exterior and 2 more on the interior. Within, you can already tell it is a more affluent region of the city, but as you all begin to arrive, Seth kind of looks at the rest of you. This will just make it easier, and kind of waves a hand across. Are any of you capable of invisibility incantation?
Oh, yeah, I could go invisible.
I would like very much not to waste my most powerful magics to ensure this, especially if we are to continue to transport.
Sure.
Yeah, 3 of us can blip out if you want.
4.
I can take the other 4.
Great.
Very well. Let's go ahead and do a little walk around. And he leads you all along the right-hand side of the wall. The guards kind of notice you all, the curious expression, a look of acknowledging your presence, but without recognition, and that shifts into mistrust. And as you all walk past, you can see one of the guards stays put, the other one begins to follow. And Seth goes, all right, I think we are being followed. Just follow me into this alley. And ducks into the alley as you all enter. As soon as you all step into the shadows, he goes, all right, now. Goes ahead and releases his incantation, and I believe it would be himself, you, and you all vanish in his incantation. That's those 4.
So I'll cast it at a 4th or 3rd level so I can get me an Aurum, I guess.
Okay. Both of you can turn invisible as well.
I turn into a werewolf and rush the guard.
Great,
No.
okay. Roll initiative.
Take all my clothes off and turn invisible.
Okay.
Turn invisible, then take all
Oh, I
the
always
clothes off.
forget I don't have to do
Jet, why are you taking off your clothes?
You don't have to, but.
You know this.
You're just an exhibitionist.
You immediately hear Seth's voice say, all right, stick against the walls. Hold your breath. All go to the sides of the alley here, and you see the guard kind of rush up to the edge. I'd like to have everyone here make a group stealth check. It isn't a very high DC.
At advantage because invisible, yeah?
This will be with advantage.
I was going to say, with advantage.
Yes.
So that means we don't have, no, it just means that Fern and I don't have advantage. We're just rolling straight.
Correct.
Although, is it okay if I pass cast without a trace on this anyway?
No.
You can, but it'll drop invisibility.
Oh, no, on me?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you know.
Okay, never mind
Because
that.
it's considered casting a spell, and when you cast a spell, it breaks invisibility.
Okay, because I didn't know I was. Okay, that's fair. All right.
I like this. Did you?
There's 2.
I see him.
Pretty
I'm
close
looking
to it,
at him
though.
right now.
Alrighty, from the side.
25.
25.
10.
Alrighty.
15.
Alrighty.
Natural 1.
Fucking.
Natural 20.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Cancels it out.
Dirty 20.
Okay.
22.
Okay. Well, we got a spectrum there going back.
Clumpers.
DM.
Yeah, we lost our advantages.
When the guards come up and we're all invisible, remembering that we can't really see each other and we don't have that mind meld.
The 1.
Can I take out the monocle of true essence just in my invisible form and pop it in, and I'll cast see invisibility just so I can see.
You can. In casting a spell, you will drop your own invisibility.
Oh!
Don't do it.
Could I retcon it and do the? I'll do it later.
Okay.
Should have done it first.
That's all right. But the guard kind of steps in and walks between you all, like puts his hand against the wall to kind of lean and look, and like just barely goes above where Orm's head is, and you all kind of like shift out of the way. Continues to walk and just treks down the alley.
Just let out a fart. It's a rolled 1.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a flavor, all right.
Treks to the end of the alley where it splits into 2, kind of looks both ways, is confused, smells the air a bit, and then he walks to the left.
Smells like deer shit.
Smells like a livery.
Not that bad.
Little pebbles.
As soon as he passes away, you hear Seth go, all right, back to the gates. And you hear his footsteps kind of out into the street. You all kind of, I feel you bump into each other as you can't see each other, but tracking how but you all kind of fall out into the street back to where the gate is, and you can see there are the 3 guards still present keeping watch. You all pass inward into, I will say to get past 3 guards, I'd like everyone to make one more group stealth check.
Oh,
Still not a high DC, but
this
because
is advantage?
this is with advantage. But there are like dusty footfalls and other things in the street that can possibly call their attention. It's not a high DC, but it's a fun moment of tension.
Dirty. Oh, I'm sorry, not dirty. 22.
22.
25.
Alrighty.
13.
13.
18.
18.
9.
Natural 20.
Boom.
14.
Boom. All right, yeah. Without issue, you all kind of individually kind of tiptoe or jaunt quietly past the portcullis gate into the interior of this portion of the city. Here within the Tri-Spires. Glancing around immediately, the guards not even noticing you, you begin to wind through the gilded structures and well-kept streetways partway in following.
We're just like holding on to each other's.
We're elephant man. We have
Yeah.
elephant walk.
Yeah, and like
Yeah.
Seth's whispering to, like, this way, until eventually he leads you into another alley, kind of calls you over and says, "We should drop this now and just walk with confidence."
I drop invisibility and just start.
Put your
Conor
pants back on.
McGregor walking.
Just less
naked.
Baggy old balls just flapping around.
2 feet in a line, just in the sand.
He drops the spell and goes, just in case anything else happens, I would hate for us to have to be more of a surprise. I think we'd be more comfortable now that we're this interior point to just, looks over at Ashton. Well, we'll be fine.
We're a colorful group.
Indeed.
Where exactly are we going?
We are heading to, past the Gilded Willows and the Silken Terrace. It's a small business where I believe this individual is hiding. Follow me. And leads you off out of the alleyway into the center of this beautiful neighborhood, the Gilded Willows. Eventually pushing through a dense marketplace where you can see more affluent folk themselves are still walking through with fear, gathering their groceries or making their purchases, but there is kind of a hush that falls over the air of this city space.
As we walk, can I just say in his head, are we in for a fight when we get there, or it's me? Sorry, if you want it.
This is out loud. When I say do not panic, I need you to grab this individual and try and hold them and keep them restrained.
Alright.
Should we succeed, there will not be a fight. And I have a backup plan just in case.
And this is a power room mage.
Physical person, armed and dangerous? What?
I truthfully do not know what to expect. All I know is, a friend told me where we can find them.
Kind of par for the course for us. Mystery box of dust. Special
So here it is. And you approach the outside of a modestly sized shop, thatched roof, textured purple curtains in the windows, flanking the entryway, where above a sign hangs displaying the name of the establishment in beautiful cursive writing, Chastity's Nook.
Oh my gosh.
The Chastity's Nook!
Stop. You can see as Seth kind of adjusts the glasses. Try to be respectful, do not talk too much, and if possible, do not maintain too much conversation with the time. Good luck on that. As you kind of begin to step within the interior, the first thing that catches you, barrage of scents. There are a number of a smell of scented candles that mix like a terrifying Sephora hammer has struck you in the face. There are oils and incense, and as you peruse like the initially long entryway, you can see there are all manner of interesting knickknacks and keepsakes and very gaudy furniture and decorative objects that line the interior. There are tapestries that hang, and the further in you walk, the more nudity that seems to be present on them. Not too many footsteps in, out of the corner, around the area we were stepping in, you can see from a chair starting forth a woman in her 50s or so, kind of mousy, brownish hair that kind of falls in a heavy curls, big glasses on her face, kind of steps up. Hello. Glad we have possible clients within. Pleasure. My name is How can I be of service to you?
We're here for porn.
Love it. Paperback, in particular, if you have it.
That one has 2.
I don't mind.
The,
In fact, we're
the special books are this way, if that's what you're talking about.
yes.
Of course. We've been bought out of many of our specialties. Times of tumultuous events, people seem to want a lot of escapism. But we do have some classic standbys. We have here the few copies of Enchanting Twist at our disposal. Like Shallow Breaths. There's the Emerald Kiss, Spirited Succulents. One of my personal favorites, came out about 2 years ago. I think you love it. The Dance to the Burning Call, a beautiful piece. Less tawdry, more just a classic romance tale. Highly recommend as well. God of the Heart. The Gale and the Raven, that's a newer one. There's also Tusk Love. It's a classic of ours. I have one copy left. At this point, Seth steps forward to take his last. Do you have other employees that work for you? I believe you. Oh, yes. Actually, Irma should be in the back bookroom if you want to speak with her. She's just arranging the remaining stock. Irma? You hear a voice back. Yes? Irma, we have some prospective clients here. They're looking for some good old-fashioned smut, it seems. Could you please give them a hand? I think you just go down. Need anything, let me know. She goes and sits back down, picks up a book that she was already partway through, and kind of finds her place in the interior. Stepping through curtains to the back room. There are a number of shelves here that have a number of empty spots, but there are books on display. There are other small, look almost like iron urns that have incense kind of lit out of them that are kind of giving the room this kind of haze of smoke that sits around it. And in the far corner on a stool, you see a female half-elf and probably what looks like her mid-20s or so, like curly, dirty blonde hair that kind of surrounds her head like a frame, like an archway almost. There's round, rosy cheeks, kind of like a loose peasant blouse, and she's also in the midst of reading a book and looks up. Welcome. Is there anything I can do for you?
What's your stuff?
Just look at Seth.
Seth, kind of looks off to the side, and you can see where the curtain was. There's a door that's kind of been pushed off to the side and latched, unlatches it, and slowly closes the door where the curtain is.
Who does that?
Seth. Yes. You would like to speak? Bless you. She's sitting down with the book. Yes, ooh, how can I be of service to you? Seth stands there, looks at the rest of you. Bren says his regards. You see the Irma figure kind of looks forward, kind of frozen in place, and there's this just tension, this kind of standoff energy that fills the room. Seth goes, please do not panic.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah, I swipe my hand along the chisel, and I reach out, and I'm gonna use Blood Curse of Binding on her and try and bind her to the spot.
Okay, what's the DC on that?
It is
Constitution save?
16 strength save.
Strength save.
And I'm gonna immediately, if that doesn't work.
Yeah, I've got one too.
It's a natural 14.
She probably got it.
Yeah. So as the blood curse tries to strike her, she immediately stands to her feet, and the magic just kind of and flickers off the front of her chest. This young girl is moving with.
I'm just gonna instantly say freeze, and I'm gonna cast command.
Cast command. What's the save on that?
19 wisdom.
19 wisdom. Yeah, it's a natural 13 and a high save on that.
I am
Kind
rushing.
of shoots it off.
I'm rushing with rage, just in case I can get something great out of that. Oh my God, that's a D4 that got cocked. Yes, I can. So I've got a luck attached to it. I'm taking the hammer and I'm pushing with the hilt against the wall and then hitting the rod. Use the hammer to pin her to the pin her flat to the.
So we're going to consider that a grapple.
Yep.
So I need you to make an athletics check on that.
All right.
Make acrobatics on her.
Athletics, but I also have. Sorry, I'm just going to my thing. Would that be an attack roll or?
It's just roll an athletics check.
I know, but okay, it's just a roll. I can't add that D4. That's fine. Disadvantage, so I've got that. 23.
23. You go ahead and pin her up against the wall and click it in. As you do, she whispers under her breath and moves her hand, and
I was hoping that the arms, not the hands. Shit.
Is going to begin casting a spell.
Counterspell. That's what I wanted to hold.
Okay.
Been waiting.
All right. I need you to go ahead and make a D20 roll with your charisma modifier. It is a 7th level spell.
Woof. Okay. It does. If I cast it higher, I still have to make a roll for it, right? Do I get to add?
You still have to roll, unless it's the same level of the spell being cast. You have to roll.
Okay. My charisma modifier, which is good. Come on, baby. No, it is. Okay. My brain for a second.
Yep.
21.
21, that's enough to do it. As she begins to make her hand maneuver in a similar way as Seth did in the spell that brought you here to Zadash, you begin to see a familiar kind of teleportation ritual beginning to mark from her hand, like she's about to just get out of here, and you manage to throw your own magical weave into the center of her casting, and the sigil that her hands make just gets tangled and dissipates. You see a bit of frustration, and she's already beginning to put another spell in her breath.
I'm also
Yep.
just real quick.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tilt my head as my eyes go a little black. Unsettling presence. She has disadvantage on whatever next thing.
That's great.
Nice, nice.
Go do it.
Huh?
Go D. Go.
Go D.
She hasn't had a chance to react yet.
Yeah, I have nothing on me, but I just shuffle around in my pockets and pull out a handful of what looks like dust. Just go, and it's ruby dust, and I am gonna cast 7th level evocation force gauge.
Sweet.
Yeah. And it is the first time I've ever done this.
What is
It is
she
just a
gonna-
full panic. Yeah.
So she's
Force gauge?
Yeah, it's an attempt.
She is going to attempt to counterspell your force gauge. Wizard battle! Yeah, she's only uses a 5th level slot, not quite sure what you're doing, just sees the ruby dust come out as you blow it, and she's going to attempt to do that.
Can I flash out Seedling and use Grasping Vine to, for a split second, glue her hand to the wall to stop the somatic?
Unfortunately, it happens so fast. Like the reaction of a counterspell is like it's that fast. But you can possibly do that to prevent some somatic components if you manage to get both hands locked in. But no, good looking out. That's gonna be an 18 total.
fuck.
Oh.
So, but
Yeah, it worked.
good looking out. Force cage dissipates in that point. It's just all this like small room, fucking like this is yeah, it's like magic, like full on like wizard Wing Chun over here, just like. All right, so finishing that maneuver.
Are you gonna go now?
You want
Kids?
If I can, yeah. If, I don't have Counterspell, but I can, for like 3 seconds, glue her hand to the wall with Seedling's Grasping Vine.
Okay, that's a dexterity saving throw?
Yeah. Probably. That is... yes, dex save.
She has disadvantage. Go.
No. What did you cast back? I'm sorry, when we were in our wizard fight?
Counterspell.
Counterspell. Okay.
Yeah. So with disadvantage, you said, right? No, that's going to bring it down to an 8.
So I grab her hand and yank it to Ashton's hammer and just glue it there for a few seconds, I guess.
I'm going to try and grab the other hand while this is happening and just grab it.
Okay. Well, do then one maneuver. We're getting out to you.
Go ahead.
Okay, I am going to cast telekinesis and try to hold her body restrained.
Okay. All right.
Nice.
So for that, it's going to be a contested strength check against your spellcasting ability, right?
Yes.
So go ahead and roll and add your charisma.
Okay. $18.
10.
Oh, okay, great.
So one hand is like wrapped a seedling. The hammer is there, and then you begin to hold her in place.
Great. Great.
You good with this? You got it?
Are you getting her other hand?
I mean, her body is frozen, right? She's restrained.
Restrained doesn't keep you from casting,
Oh, God, shit balls.
but it keeps her from moving.
Okay.
And her physical ability checks are made at disadvantage.
Okay.
She's gonna attempt to start casting something else under her hands. At this point, Seth hasn't gone. Seth kind of gives a deep sigh and brings hands forward, grabs a small bead of energy, pulls it across, and then releases with a hand grasp a blast of energy that emerges. The first thing that happens is your hammer just falls to the ground.
What?
Your telekinesis fades.
What?
All magical items in your presence all just falls to the ground as an anti-magic field fills the chamber. She's still grappled by your, like falls to the ground and finishes an incantation just as the illusion casts off her body. And you see as she puts her hand forward, the 20-something half-elf visage now fades into a human woman in her 40s. Kind of slicked back, dirty blonde hair, a large scar that runs down the side of her face, and heavy burn marks across her neck. She's adorned in ornate, form-fitting clothing under a sleek, dark green cloak. And as she releases her hands, nothing happens. The minute that happens, you kind of rush and grab and hold her in place and muscle her. The minute that happens, you look back to Seth, who is no longer Seth. Instead, you see a dark elf of shoulder length, somewhat wavy white hair, purple eyes, and stoic expression. You see he wears flowing black robes that fall under an intricate silver shine mantle.
Yes! Yes!
And where his feet touch the ground, you see him kind of step up a bit, now able to shed the...
Candy car has exploded.
Yeah. To shed the illusion. Bells Hells, I am Essek Thalis, allied to the Exandrian Concourt, an enemy to Luminous Deleth.
And genuine hot boy!
This is Astrid Beck, Archmage of Civil Influence of the Dwendalian Empire, successor to Trent Ickathon and member of the Cerberus Assembly. Astrid spits in the ground. I am no successor to him. I am his usurper. To where Essek kind of lifts his chin. Well, regardless, I think it's time we have a conversation. And that's rolling tonight.
Oh, shit! Shoulder length hair! Feed me, Seymour!
Is it just me? Is it really hot in the back room of Chastity?
It's always a little hot, but now it's steamy.
Not the porn I was expecting.
Oh, cool.
Now kiss.
Hiding in Chastity's back.
And we'll pick up from there for whatever this interrogation may unfold next time. See you guys in a week. Thank you all. Yeah.
Oh my god, there's so much to unpack here. Force cage.
Force cage.
It didn't work, but it will someday. I promise.
That's good shit.
Don't worry.
All right.
It was
Thank you
still
so
hot.
much.
It was still hot.
Oh, are we not? I'm sorry.
Thank you so much for joining us. We We love you very much, and is it Thursday? Good night.
Run.
What the fuck are these guys doing, dude?
Run.
This guy's like fucking speed running this thing or something, dude? Like, Jesus Christ, calm down, dude. This fucking guy, dude. You got a fucking speed demon here, dude.
Watch your step. Keep moving.
Your mana is gone. Take a break.
Okay, now I gotta go to the next episode.
Hello, everyone.
I actually kind of want to try to watch Four-Sided Dive. See if they talk about what they talk about. '93, this is the one.
Hello, folks. Welcome to Four-Sided Dive. I am Matthew Mercer, your 23rd tavern keeper in, What? Sorry, someone just left a box of used billowy vests outside. Can we just hold for a second? I'll be right back. Hold on.
God, that worked twice. Amazing. So, why don't I take it from here?
Oh, good.
It's over. Hey, critters! Welcome to Four-Sided Dive. I am Abria Iyengar, your official 23rd Tavern Keeper. I will be spilling all the hot goss about having the Spider Queen go all Yoko on the Crown Keepers. But before that, let's talk about the big, smiley bummer in the room. FCG heroically sacrificed himself to save his friends and finally kill Odahan Thul. Thul? Thul? I don't watch this show. How do you pronounce it? Great, thank you. I knew it. I just like when people yell at me. Hey, Odahan, when you get to the Hells, tell Xerxes I said, sup. Sam Regal couldn't make it today, but his loving wife, Liam O'Brien, is here to chat about it and more. Oh, yes, more. because Orem is not the only Crown Keeper going through a dark time. Amy Carrero is here to tell us all about Opal and her full Hot Topic Betrayer God makeover that we are all living for, except for Cyrus. And speaking of Cyrus, Dorian is back, and he's looking oh so good after losing all that excess brother weight. You're welcome. And when Matt realizes that the box of vests does not exist, he'll come back and tell us what Dariax had for breakfast or something. What a little guy.
Okay, wait, what happened? I went outside to look for vests, and all I found was a little box of Sam's old wigs, so...
Hey, don't worry, buddy, I got this. Why don't you go sip some cocoa? Relax. We'll see.
Sure.
Yeah. Hey, do you want to play some For the Queen later and maybe just get some chicky nuggies?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Welcome to Four-Sided Dive. Let's do a fucking show, baby. Ah! Welcome back. Let's begin the night with our open discussion segment. What the fuck is up with that?
What the fuck is up with that, actually?
Yeah.
Well, we got a menu.
We have a little menu.
Ooh.
So I'm just gonna start us off for the table with just a little light discussion of FCG's fucking sacrifice. What happened? Why did that happen? We weren't there for that.
We weren't there, but
explain yourselves.
Watch the moment.
Yeah.
Sam has a habit of doing ridiculous things that none of us expect and dragging the emotion out of all of us like a good friend does at the table.
Yep.
So fuck you, Sam.
He strikes when the iron is hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the exact right, as much as I was like, oh, I'm emotionally devastated and I didn't expect to be just sort of crying in my office alone at night watching it, it was the exact right emotional beat for that moment. And he is a sniper for that. It was so good.
He did it with a smile too the whole time.
Yeah.
Like, if you were to watch it on mute or whatever, it would just be him and then everyone going.
Yeah.
You're like, what is he saying?
Yeah. You guys did start doing I got runner-up in a beauty pageant.
Yeah.
As he was going up.
It's the Julianne Moore cry.
Yes!
Is that too old of a reference? I don't even know, but
not for us.
Never seen a more beautiful person cry so ugly.
Yeah.
What about Claire Danes?
That's neck and neck.
Oh my God.
Yeah. That was rough. When did you know it was happening? Were you like, oh, he's gonna do it. Oh, he's doing it.
Oh, the words I aimed the spell on my core. I remember at the top of the night, at the top of that fight kicking off, going, we are gonna kick this woman's ass. We are leveled up. We figured out tricks. We're gonna work well together. I don't know about the rest of the table, but I specifically was feeling very confident about thrashing that woman and have it coming at a cost, but not in what I think was one of the 2 or 3 times in the history of this show where we came close to everybody going out.
I gotta be so clear.
Okay.
I'm so proud of you. You beat the brakes off of them. And I was just like, you ever have that energy where you're like, God, I wish I could just send Matt video of me being like, I'm cheering for her. Damn her little backpack.
Here's the thing. You've been doing this for a while, especially with you guys. Every new group has its own unique tricks, and with certain levels, the power that's at your disposal kind of jumps. And so for me, learning the balance of each one of those jumps, it's its own kind of experience that takes a while. And a lot of it is trusting that you guys will find a way through. And when it comes to encounters like with Odahan, which is meant to have a terrifying impact, this is a character that's been built up for the majority of the campaign, I don't want it to be a combat that is easily fought. And you guys there have been many battles, especially as of late, that I'm like, this is gonna be a nice, challenging test, and you just kind of wipe the floor with it, which is great. But that just means I have to make sure that I tweak it with enough surprises to where walking in with that sort of, I don't wanna say arrogance, but confidence can be met with a level of fear that I felt is true to the character. And to be fair, I rolled really well for her that fight, and you guys had a rough time with some of the rolls.
I rolled great.
No, you rolled actually pretty great. You were doing great.
Do you ever roll poorly?
Sure.
I don't remember that.
All the time.
I don't remember that.
Not that night, though.
I love you.
Pretty good.
Good. But it wasn't enough.
No.
So how do you feel about that? I'm sorry.
One little halfway.
I felt a lot of like energy coming from you, and I just wanted to.
Even when you nuked, when she/you nuked Chetney at the top, I was still like, whatever. We'll pull it. I mean, we can get that wolf back up probably. This is fine. It's fine. And it wasn't until the 2/3 mark where I was like, she's still got a lot of stuff left.
Here's the thing. A lot of classes in the game have many tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah.
Especially as like, sorcerers, druids, anything that has mass hit spells that do AoE or, crowd control and stuff like that. It's challenging to make a fighter character, a solo encounter that has a lot of utility to it. And so for me, the challenge of Odahan Thule, the entire campaign, was to build a fighter class solo encounter that had enough utility that befits a dangerous fight against an entire group of 7 characters.
For sure.
And find the right kind of kit balance with the narrative that'll make it work. And so I went in making her very dangerous, knowing that would be the case. It just so happened that when it
Need you
when
to
the
get the
combat
fuck
hit
off my
arrived,
screen, dude, all the time in my way.
some of your characters having expended some of your resources from previous encounters, and a lot of luck, a lot of tactical things just worked out to be in a tough, tight scenario. And it was like pretty close. I think at the end of it, she had under 40 hit points when FCG did make the sacrifice. So there could have been a path where you would have won, but there might have been more than one lost in that process.
And if your rolls have been slightly worse and my friends' rolls have been slightly better.
Well, I was rolling like pretty consistently around the 10s mark, like averaging.
Yeah.
She just has
Huge
massive
modifiers.
bonuses.
So good.
I know with Orem, who's a fighter, and I know his rules real well, but it's all about focusing on one person almost always and whittling down one person. So to make a fighter be able to wipe the floor with multiple people at once. I mean, you wanted her to have the weight of like fight with a dragon, which she did. But so she did her trick with 1,000 hits. I was like, okay, there's the action surges out of the way. And then you said, okay, for a second action surge, I went.
Oh yeah.
I had to grab my chair, and then when she pulled out a massive healing potion, I was ready to meet you in the parking lot. Yeah.
That's valid. That was a special healing potion too. That was Supreme Plus. That was for NPCs healing.
Oh, I bet the group chat that night was wouldn't have wanted to be on it.
Lots of laughs.
Yeah.
But I definitely
It's
want
a
to.
sad sack group of.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
But I do want to shout out, because you brought up something really cool, and I like the parallel between Orem and Odahan specifically, because I do remember one of my favorite things coming out of BFC Prime was watching how carefully and meticulously you crafted your fighter. Like, it is very easy for fighters who are like, I do a hit with my weapon, for that to get like really, it'll get old fast. And like, how is it going to come out of the gate at the top of a like 3-digit campaign and have that feel good and unique, and your abilities as a storyteller to like infuse all of Orem's like actions and tactics on the map with like all of the movies with like that I like to watch was so cool, because it felt so right that this was the campaign where we have Odahan, who is that like bigger
fighter.
Yeah, exactly. Where you're like, oh, this is the monstrous version of Orem's skill set and ability, and just how lethal and terrifying it can be. So it was like, it felt very good in that way that there was like this bit of a foil between the two. And yeah, you're right. Odahan stood with the same gravitas of facing down like the big monstrous threats of like a dragon, and absolutely stomped. And it felt so great to like, yeah, that was a harrowing fight. But by the end of it, it felt exactly right for like the story of this campaign, of like what it takes to win, and like what you are all willing to sacrifice, and who does it, and who steps up here first. Like, I think that's what it is, 2 in the 1. So good.
I thought it best a couple people were before Sam pulled his genius 5D move. I thought maybe a couple people, not a lot, were going to make it away, and I didn't know what we were going to do. I thought we'd start to bring in a bunch of new characters. That's what I thought. I thought this was the closest we'd ever come. I mean, there've been a couple other times where it felt close, but I felt like this
because I could see you sweating towards the end. Yeah, it was definitely one of those scenarios where circumstantially, I set up an encounter in my mind with building a skill set for an enemy that I feel is dangerous, building an environment that has opportunities at its disposal for both the players and the villains to change things into their favor, and try and like throw a bunch of tools and utilities out there. A lot of that just kind of gets forgotten in the chaos, and some things surprise me, some things surprise the players, and then at a certain point, the scales start tipping in a way that the nerves start hitting. You know, and I don't want to pull the punches. I don't want to put a scenario where I throttle off, you know, because then it robs the rest of our game of the stakes and the victories that you do get. And we all trust each other to know that no matter what happens, we can continue to tell the story. We'll find the meaning in these moments and these losses. And if you know, I've always said before, if a character dies in a campaign and a player is really upset about it, I've done it in home campaigns too, I will work with them to find a way to restore the character. But we are also the kind of players that if it feels like a natural, satisfying end to that story, then we love and embrace that and we run towards it.
Yeah.
And I could feel that, and I think we've all had conversations about it, we all feel that way, and excited at running at that danger, but I don't think anyone exemplified it quite like Sam did in that moment. I had forgotten about that unintentional Chekhov's gun when I mentioned the score was explosive. It was more meant to be a reference to all the other arcane cores that were being utilized to, like, you know, source the power of a lot of the Bassarin creations, but this is an Aoran tech and is much more powerful. And I just like the idea of being like, you got a bomb in you. That's fun.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten about it. And in a very Sam Riegel
away for a rainy day.
Of course he did. And in a very Sam Riegel way, pulls that out of his ass last minute. And I was just like, you're gonna make me DM this, you motherfucker.
Oh, I love it.
It was so good.
It's the equivalent of watching, like, I mean, not really, but like when you watch like we were talking about, like SNL or something, and someone like breaks character, and you're like, oh, they really know how funny this is. And like just seeing people like cry at the table, especially Matt, who I don't think I've seen cry. I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't.
I've cried at the table a few times, but usually not in the. Usually it's at the end of a campaign.
Yeah, right. Like not. Yeah, I don't know, but I just remember like I don't know. I mean, I know you guys, so I know that it really it matters.
Yeah.
But it's nice for the audience every now and then to like peek behind the curtain and know just how much these characters mean to the people that bring them to life, because, you know, it costs something, and it makes something like that worth watching and worth investing in if you know that it costs people something to let them go or to bring them to life. So
watching the panic on everyone else's face at that table as they're all like trying to conspire to find a way to prevent it from happening when it's already happening.
Yep.
It's like it makes it more heartbreaking.
Yep.
Yeah.
The scramble.
Fuck you, Sam.
You know what's crazy? I
Love
remember
you.
before I'd ever really even heard of Critical Role, like I knew that Sam, because he used to be my voice director for Elena of Avalor, and so I knew like of D&D through Sam. I knew you guys played, but I didn't know anything other than that. And I remember one day coming in to work, and everyone at Out Loud Studios, where we like recorded it, was so like bummed out. And when Sam walked in, they were like, man, like Sam, like this sucks, man. And I remember thinking like, what, did somebody die? And he was like, yeah, one of our characters in campaign 2 like died. And then I remember it like affecting people that I'd worked with for years and who really were critters at the time and really knew the game. And I remember him like kind of having to console them a little bit. And now knowing he's the one that sort of like pulled the plug on his own character is just, ugh.
But also like,
it was the day after it had aired. It was like a Friday or something.
Yeah. No, I mean, I remember that evening and morning after very well.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I think what I love about it too, for me as a GM and watching the dice tell a story and none of us kind of following where it's going to take us, but try and prevent, you know, the worst outcomes. Sam taking the opportunity to take control of that and kind of put the chapter close in his character's story in a meaningful way. It's a rare opportunity. Many characters die, and characters have died, and even in our campaigns, that are just circumstantial.
Yeah.
You know, the dice wasn't in their favor, and the final blow took them, and it is a sad moment of loss and vengeance and processing. This truly was the most prominent moment of heroic sacrifice that I've been able to jam in a long time.
Yeah.
Where the player was fully like, no, I'm choosing to do this. And with a sheet-eating grin kind of brought his own end. And I think that's why it got me. There were multiple layers as to why it got me so hard in that moment. But it was the reality of the culmination of that character story then. It had to be FCG in a weird way, because he was like this kind of this beacon of joy and comfort, and kind of this thread that kept a lot of these broken things together throughout. And for it to be him, I'm excited to see how. Because there's going to be a lot more processing to come. I don't even think the characters have really had enough time to even talk about it.
Liam's getting ready for those episodes.
I think all of them have hey, well, we've cheered a little bit and we've had moments to talk about it, but I don't think you all have really had a moment yet to do that.
We've been back on the planet for a couple hours or something. Well, Sam knows what we all know, which is that characters die, but stories never do.
Yeah.
So
Beautiful.
great story beat.
It really was. Proud of him.
For the books.
Proud of him. Fuck you, Sam.
Fuck you, Sam. Fuck you, Sam. Yeah, extra fuck you, because hey, let me be so clear. We're gonna kind of look behind the veil. We knew that this this fun little crossover moment was gonna happen a little in advance. So there was that moment where the episode dropped and I'm like, he did what?
Yeah.
Motherfucker. I know where you live.
Yeah.
What energy have you cursed me with? What?
Did definitely
It really was particularly horrible for you.
Bruh, to be what energy am I gonna? Oh no.
Yeah, it's
well,
it's like taking the baton and wiping your ass with it. That's all you know.
Oh, great.
Don't touch your eye.
Yeah, this was sort of a narrative pink eye from my erstwhile husband.
Yes,
Sam
100%.
Marino. So good.
Payback for
Yeah.
the calamity.
For what?
I don't know.
He did that to me.
Yeah, he did do that to you. Damn it.
Killa, he did the same thing.
That's right. Shit.
Damn it, I am thrice
Stuck
fucked.
to your guns and just did like a pub crawl.
Yeah.
Like,
No acknowledgement.
Or like crown keepers are like at a resort.
Yeah.
We're like, we're having a great time.
Yeah, we're all back at the Taste of Haldor age.
yeah, just
Spa
vibing.
days, it'd be great.
I need life to live and just fucking hanging out. But I do want to say, as we kind of talk about the transition point, also, the hardest part of that handoff was, Kyle knows, because I almost fell over listening to you send off that sending to Dorian.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I have to come in with big energy, but Liam's making me cry. And it's so quiet.
Yeah.
What is he saying? I'm only getting vibes and they're all
It's a little bit that monitor, because we're all watching you guys as well, going like, what?
Yeah.
What? It's that one monitor in the building.
Well, we made you word for word repeat during the break. We're like, what did you say exactly? But no one does sad boy like Orem. Orem's sad boy energy really is like.
It started off the campaign pretty good.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
You said, I remember one of our first communications, you were like, I'm gonna play a lighter character. And then you sent me
He was, though. He was.
And then you sent me the backstory and I'm like, dead husband?
But he was okay.
Is that okay?
But he was okay.
over it. Interesting.
I wouldn't say he was over it, but he was okay. He was in like a listen, I'm the one in the skin. I know how I felt at the time, and I felt like I was doing all right. I was or he was near, finding acceptance with where things were, and
But then all the wounds got opened up.
yeah, literally opened up.
Wait, she said that? That was great.
Was it?
I'm so proud. You opened a wound as you said it.
And all the wounds were opened up.
It was perfect.
Right? Yeah.
But I think
Well,
there is some. Oh, go ahead.
Just want to hug
In
him.
campaign 1, when Vax was like, take me instead, I didn't think that Matt was going to flip that and put us on like a roller coaster for the rest of the campaign. In campaign 2, when we were preparing, and I told Matt, I want to be part of this wizard school where they just rotted his brain and awful things happened because of it. And I didn't know that those people were going to be running the government and be at the center of the whole thing.
Oh yeah, could you imagine?
And in campaign
being
3,
a part of your game.
I talked about a sad thing that happened in the past, but I didn't think that some asshole was going to be. testing the Tempest to see if he could do all of this shit that's going on now.
Luna.
Listen.
It's meter time. That's my boy.
Matt's good at threading everything into
Oh,
the
100%.
sky and then pulling the sky down.
It's so good.
My favorite.
I love watching.
Well, Orm in particular, of all the characters, because we have a very kooky group in Bell's Hells.
I was so like polite, like blithely polite. They're so kooky, and you're like trauma.
Yeah, they're all deeply broken characters in their own unique way, and they're a colorful spectrum of broken characters that find a commonality in family between each other. Orm is one of the rocks of that group.
Yeah.
But his is the soldier's journey.
Yeah.
You know, his is the person who is called by duty, who is called duty imposed by others, imposed by himself.
Yeah.
Imposed by the memory of those he's lost, and what it means to rise up to the heroism that you're being expected of. You know, it's being expected of you.
Yeah.
But that takes its toll, and watching his journey is very interesting and relatable. And I'm loving where it's been. I'm loving where it's going, and yeah, I'm excited to even see where a post Odahan processing comes in too. I think going right into the Crown Keepers gave a moment to talk about it, then return with Dorian to talk about it. I'm excited to explore the real meat now that the adrenaline's starting to fade from that experience, and see what happens next and where you all end up going together for the real repercussions.
Yeah. There is something very fun, and then I'm gonna get into like, God, everything with Opal, because you absolutely crushed this. But like in the sort of planning of this, like the Crown Keepers little like insert, there was an eye turned specifically to the fact that Orm is the one that constantly reaches out to Dorian. And having Orm on this like really fun, I don't want to call it a corruption or like a like degradation arc, but it's fun to watch Orm put things away in him for the duty. Like he has to keep making space for that, and it's crowding out empathy and kindness and softness. Like you are watching someone shave off his soft edges to be what the size of the fight as he gets a bigger and bigger view of the nature and direness of the threat. Like he's like, oh, I have to lose a little bit more. And watching that is so fun, and it became like a really interesting, like, is there a way to like sew this into Dorian's experience coming back to Bell's Hells? So as we were like planning and figuring out what to do with the handoff, a big part of that was trying to give a parallel experience to the sort of like ending of the Crown Keepers, and going off of that like perfect little arc where that you gave like episodes and episodes ago of the like Opal's getting pretty dark, of like what a little like gift. We'll come back to you, and then getting like snatch that out of the air and be like, all right, hey everybody, we're gonna be here for the equivalent of one episode. We don't have time to talk and get out. Like it's a fight. Yeah. So I just want to start off by shouting you out, Amy, for being so game for a like all-on-one PvP. You know that's not new kid shit, right? It was so good.
Yeah, but someone who
it.
perpetually feels like the new kid, I definitely like. I just love. I know the mechanics are not like my strongest suit, but like as far as playing, I feel very comfortable in the role play aspect of it. And I knew that at the very least we were gonna, because you mentioned like it was gonna be a battle, but there were gonna be moments of maybe flashback and stuff like that. So I knew that I was gonna get breaks. where I could like touch back in with the confident point of like me as a performer. Yeah. So I knew that. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? She fucking dies. I don't know. It would be very sad, but like I knew that I was gonna make it out of the studio alive, and that's all that mattered. I mean, as an actor, I'm like, I'm gonna live.
That's good perspective.
You know,
right?
Sometimes you just really just gotta think about like, what am I gonna eat after? I'm gonna give myself a nice little treat. I'm gonna get some Taco Bell after, no matter what.
What was it like when you had to go sit by yourself on one side of the table?
It was cold. It was cold. But also, I feel like it was a necessary thing to like really show how Opal has, even though she wants to reach out to her friends, she like physically can't. I thought it was a really cool way of showing that, of of showing like how isolated she's become, even if it's in her own mind.
Yeah.
That is like so crowded. So how could it be isolated? But is. So it felt cool, but it felt cold for real, like physically. But also, I knew, but I also knew that like you'd said something like, "Oh, do you want someone to join you? Like I can get you a friend or something." And I was like, "Oh no, they're only gonna come here if they die." So I'm cool sitting here by myself because I didn't want any of the groundkeepers to die.
That was my fun little like, oh, the whole goal is to like clear the bench for you. And then as I dropped people, I'd be like, do you want a buddy? Here's your accursed inspector.
Yeah. That would have been cool. But no, definitely not with any of my pals. But yeah, it felt cool actually. And it was cool to see. Like
you were so good and like held a side of the table on your own in a way that, like, let me be clear, I don't know if they'll ever show your character sheet or stuff. You beat ass with that build. Like, we had a conversation about it, and I didn't build it for you.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, that's a lot of the stuff I was grabbing for Laren from Calamity.
Which is the ultimate compliment.
Right,
I love that.
But it was really fun to see, like, how absolutely menacing that build was. And know that, like, you were going to be fighting tooth and nail. Like, the actual RP of it was like, please don't make me use any of this.
Yeah.
And it was such a beautiful, like, dichotomy of, like, the things you are equipped to do and the, like, top of your intelligence. Like, I know how all of these players, like, tick.
Yeah.
There's a thing in, like, fighting when you run games and you're like, oh, if I'm just, like, a random dragon, I don't know who the, like, sort of easy button, like who's the like weak link here that if I take you down, then everyone else will spiral faster. But the idea that like Opal and the Spider Queen and Ted would all have that intel and like really or trying to lean into. I just couldn't knock Bless off of Matt, which is so fucking upsetting. I can't even look you in the eye right now.
Can't do it.
Still blessed.
It's so
He's
fucked
still
up.
blessed.
No matter where he is,
To
he's
this
blessed.
day.
Blessed.
Hashtag blessed. Ariax all the day, all night.
You can
You know what?
not knock the girl from Ipanema out of that man's head.
I spent 3 days singing The Girl from Ipanema.
Well, the thing is, like, you roll so bad as Dariax, so he's gotta have something that keeps him alive.
But he made every contract to like keep. I was like,
He's
how?
built for that. Warcaster,
Love
Dwarven Constitution. He's like, can't do much, but one thing I can do, hold a spell.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, you saved Dariax's life. He was not going to leave.
Yeah.
Like, I was fully prepared to like take a last stand there for Opal. Like,
I could never do it. I couldn't do it.
That mass suggestion was
That was so good.
As soon as you did that, I was like, oh damn. Yeah. He's gonna go.
Yeah.
He's gonna go.
That's the ultimate compliment.
I
but
was in the lobby yelling, "Kill them!"
I know.
Kill them!
I could not live with myself, but
I love PvP.
It
story. I love
it is. It's fun if it's like a. I mean, it was fun anyway. But I feel like I would have really gone for it if it was like a one shot or whatever.
Yeah,
like
it was, bitch.
No, I know, but like not with these people that we've known for so long. Like
You'll know
I
them
just
again.
I just couldn't do it. But I did a lot of research on trying to find stuff that was like not crowd control, but like could and not dangerous. And I really wish I could have used that force cage. I was so close to using it. Is that what it's called? Yeah. Yeah, force cage.
Motherfuck that one.
Oh man. Except everyone's making
Glass pillar, and like the city kind of built around.
Your turn. Make sure it says your name next to it.
Okay. It says Amy.
Yay!
Oh well, this kind of like yours a little bit. So let's go now.
Okay.
You go because my brain
Else hears it but you. And
just eyes darting all the time. Just like
perspective of going, it's more fun to create things that are trying to surprise them, and then to get to turn to Liam and be like, but you pick something up that no one else is far before the danger kicks in, and you have a moment to prepare or warn people. And because you've built a character to do that, I don't feel frustrated by that. Instead, it's like, okay, I'll start giving out information, and then I remind myself what you're saying, to be like, but Orem, you pick up these additional details because of the way you built your character, which might break the tension of a surprise, but what it does is introduce the tension of knowledge with only a moment to prepare.
Yes.
Which is a different kind of gift in its own right. It's one thing to be like, and then out of the darkness something. It's another to go like, you smell and hear the scraping and scurrying of something metallic on concrete.
Yeah.
And the slight cracking, curdling sound of a clicking insectoid voice. Nobody else hears it but you. And that is now in your in your head and your responsibility to do something with it. And that is a different kind of tension, which is equally fun and is still, you know, gifting you, the player, and for how you've built your character to have that ability.
Yeah, and mechanics tell story.
Yeah.
Everything I chose from all the Battle Master moves that he can do, it's as close as you can get to being a wizard without having any magic, because they push and they pull and they knock down. And I don't, maybe people pay attention, I don't know, but like everything that I do with him, I'm thinking about throwing myself in the way of things and taking damage, and like, I don't know, he throws himself off I've thrown myself off of buildings to land on monsters to get in the way of any of our casters constantly. I love bait and switch. I love running across the battlefield and nudging somebody out of the way. I love that Orm can go under someone's legs and then knock that person back to get them into safety. You know, it was great being Vax, who was going in to stab all the time. Not that Orm can't do a healthy bit of damage, and Caleb was so much fun. Wizards are so much fun because they can change the field. But I have enjoyed being a protector a lot. Been very gratifying.
Have you ever played, like, look, I can't beat the charges of my like dumb jock upbringing, but you, like, Orem's build and the way you play him reminds me so much of the people I hated playing basketball against the most, which was just a little defense-oriented player that was just there to like stay in your shit while you're trying, like, especially as like a taller player, like.
Just confuse the legs a little bit.
Yeah, like when you're like, ugh, just don't make it less sporty. Playing as like a shooting guard, when you've got someone that's like little and you just like, you're trying to like set up the rest of the group to be like, can you please set a screen and get this little fucker off of me? That frustration of someone who will not get out of your way to let you move freely or act in the way you want to without getting a hand in there or getting a body in the way, or like swiping at the ball and knocking off trajectories. Like, there is something that's so specific, and I can envision Orem so perfectly through that lens, and I think you really nailed it.
I think basketball's pretty accurate because it's like controlling the ball.
Yeah, and he's always exactly where the action is, and he's just doing the most. Like, he's the player that you're like, he's gonna foul out or take like a really big hit, but then he's gonna be back in the next game and you're like, God, please someone just concuss him. Like, he's just the one player that you're like, I want a bad thing to happen to you. Fuck, you're very good at this.
All this, very accurate.
Yeah.
I'm the person on the other side of that.
Yeah. I was in for a little bit at level 2 and I was like, good God,
Campaign
man.
2, it was Bo. Campaign 3, it's Orm.
Ugh.
The upfront fighting martial kid that just is so sticky and so creative in how they come at it that I'm like, I can't get around. I have to just
kick you.
It's
just
great.
Go over there.
It's fun. It's a proud frustration.
Yeah.
Love it.
Bo had some sick moves.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Are we going in order?
Pull.
Or Kai?
I hope it's one of mine, because we're sharing.
There's a word here that I don't understand. Let me help. What is a dunamancy?
Dunamancy.
Girl,
That
English
is
is my
Cerebria.
second language. What's that? Oh, that's for you.
It's
That's
a-
for
Oh,
you.
do you see my name next to it?
It's
Girl, different one. I'll answer it.
No, you're
No,
good.
you go, you go.
Because my brain needs more comfort.
Okay.
We want to hear the question.
Sure. What was the inspiration for Ted and Opal's backstory being wrapped up in Dunamancy and the Luxon? Okay, so this is really fun because I always, like, my dream of dreams that I think I didn't say anything to you until like seconds before we went on the air. I was like, what if I could like do a little thing and tweak some of the existing like D&D lore and like bring it into Exandria in a way that has like a little legacy. And there's something in D&D called like a Kalishtar, where it's like a sort of two-souled person, and that was the build that Opal was originally built on. And the question of like, what's Ted's whole deal was always predicated on the idea that like eventually we would get to this idea and this like little lore in my head of like another group of people that found another beacon somewhere else in Exandria, and in their understanding of it, like saw, because it's just such a beautiful idea of like this entity that wanted to understand itself, so it kind of split itself apart and observed itself and how people interacted with it, and like growth and change, and using that external, like, I'm going to set an eye on myself and learn who I am via watching. That like I wanted to bring that into like the people that walk through Exandria. So yeah, there's this idea of Opal is a half of a soul and Ted's the other half, and her mother was the same thing. Like, it's a very like rare gift that only exists in a couple places in the world, and like that culture is like it was a small sect that sort of lost to time, but there is this like racial trait that exists in like a little pocket of Taldore of people who are born and their soul is split in half, and as they like are raised, and like going back to that coming of age tale, the coming of age, like how do you learn who you are? You watch yourself.
Totally.
So the soul split in half, watches itself, understands itself, and comes back together. And then like the little idea of everything, I think Echo Knights are super cool and very good at killing stuff. So we love that. That idea that like the Dunamancy build of Echo Knights is like tied towards this idea of like Echo Knights are like a possibility, like a different timeline possibility. And I love the idea that like for this group of people, the Avalon, that it's like what is tagged for and that's the like version of Echo Knights. So like Opal walks through the world because Opal got beautiful, but like the Echo Knights that you walk through the world with all the time, what is technically or Opal was like the power of Echo.
Yeah. So what happens now that she's Opal's lost that relationship?
I don't know. It felt like just the meanest thing to do.
Well, it was. So I wonder, just is Ted still there?
Ted is still there.
So when she comes back up, she's like, who the fuck is that?
But I mean, like she's got so much stuff going on inside her anyway.
Yeah,
I think it's less of a like I don't know who you are, and more of a like I don't know why I care about you.
Yeah.
Because the thing that like if you go into pull another.
Charging. What does it say? How did Form feel not storing his back? What was it like?
Charging. Charging. Move. Watch your steps. Now, keep moving. Watch your step. Keep moving. Watch your step. Keep
Keep moving. Watch your step. Run. 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 Keep moving.
Let's have a quick sit down to recover. Fantastic! Hey, be careful!
Okay, I'm gonna stop there, I think, as far as my shaman goes. 2 6/16s, I'm not doing like fucking 4 more delves. Fuck that. You could do one more mythic though. Let me let my dogs out to pee real quick, I'll think about it. Might just be done for the night. See what my I don't think my rogue's got much going on either. I might should do some stuff in my rogue.
For Orium to see him again. Oh man, he's been thinking about him. You should get closer.
Did you hear me say take my dog to pee?
Because this story and what
Look
they're dealing
outside.
with has gotten harder and harder and harder. And I don't know, it's just been Dorian's personality and their time together, and just thinking of him has been like one little light that he carries around when everything else is getting so grim, and the people he's traveling with are struggling just like he is. Now Dorian is arriving to us dealing with a massive immediate grief. Whoops.
You're welcome. Just trying to match a vibe.
So we'll see what the chemistry and of him rejoining the group is right now, but things were simpler when Dorian left. So he's just been thinking of like a happier or easier. It wasn't easy. Like Estros was killed, and but things were so much smaller scale. It felt like at that point.
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels good. I'm nervous. Orm's very nervous because he's been talking through a one-way phone, and they keep coming back saying, message not delivered. Cell service down. He obviously has feelings for Dorian. He has no idea. He doesn't think that Dorian returns any feelings.
He doesn't. He
Oh.
He's unrequited, he thinks.
Hold on.
Well,
Do
he
we
doesn't-
know? Is this a... Fine.
I don't know either. But Dorian did tell me.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. He didn't say.
As his GM, he told me to not tell you that he would love it if you just smooched him under Ruidus. That would be so romantic. What if we kissed under the moon with an evil monster in it?
I really don't feel like doing all this shit, then.
He's very shy. Orm's very shy after his everything.
Yeah. It makes perfect sense. And it is that like sort of sweet and heartbreaking idea of like, you have like Orm has mythologized Dorian in a way that makes sense and gives him like a thing to connect to, a simpler version of like a solvable problem of like, yeah, it was a simpler struggle back then. So like, I'm very curious to watch you guys be your full selves and like how
Okay,
long
be right
it
back.
takes to get to the like, oh,
and welcome to tonight's friends. So please be sure to check that out as well. With that, I believe our announcements have come to a conclusion.
It can't be. I need Hot Boy.
No.
Hot Boy in my life.
So with that, let's go ahead and jump into tonight's episode of Critical Role.
One by one we climb until we reach the top. 2 by 2 we fall. Will we meet our end or meet our destiny? Hold your breath and roll. How do you want to do this? It's Thursday night. All ye critters, come join us. It's time to continue our flight. There is magic and mystery. Who knows what will happen? He might. But one thing's for sure, we never give up on the fight.
From the healer to the renegade, we all share the same goal. Adding more allies, taking more chances. Hold your breath and roll. You can certainly try. It's Thursday night. All ye critters, come join us. It's time to continue our flight. There is magic and mystery. From darkness our friendship will rise. But one thing's for sure, we never give up on the fight. Oh, get ready. It's Thursday night.
And welcome back.
Delves for one slot.
Last we left off, Belle's Hells, after returning from Ruidus and reuniting with their old friend Dorian Storm, are in the final throes of gathering what information, power, and allies they and the rest of Exandria can before trying to stop Ludinus Deleth and the Ruby Vanguard through their alliance with the entities that control Cravirus in the service of Ruidus from releasing Prodathos the God Eater. As such, you've learned a little bit of information about Ludinus not being on Ruidus at the moment, and it seems has had some dealings with an ancient ruin of one of the many fallen cities from the realm of history, known as the Age of Arcanum, particularly a place called Aeor. Some of you may have heard this a little bit in passing history, but more information can be gleaned. But what you do know is it apparently contains some ancient magical technology that is both dangerous as it's being understood and is seemingly being funneled and repurposed through a lot of what the Ruby Vanguard is doing, both here in Exandria and on the moon above. So Ludinus is apparently present and having dealings within these ruins, last you heard. After speaking with Keyleth and the Exandrian Accord, the alliance of all those who are wanting to stop those responsible for this, you were given, through a series of connections, an escort who had some experience in these ruins. A mage of somewhat schlubby persona, but seemed to be somewhat knowledgeable in their connection with the Cobalt Soul. They had a lead on someone who...
Not even going to go for keys.
Assembly, who might know
Just going to get them done for the...
ruins, or at least lead you in the direction of these ruins where
Well,
this may be.
Not going to go try to get keys.
You headed towards the city through teleportation, the city of Zadash in the Dwendalian Empire. These streets seem to have sustained some recent damage, and there was a sense of tension in the air of some recent dangers that seemed to have swept through. But as you plug through the streets, getting to the exterior of an interesting little bookshop and a trinket shop known as Chastity's Nook, selling all sorts of knickknacks, decor, and very wonderful, smutty, romantic books. You were led to the back room where one of the more recent employees, Irma, had been sitting and reading a book. As this escort mage had spoke a phrase that Bren says his regards, immediately tension in the room built on what seemed to be a rapid-paced wizard battle, all of you which rushing in and throwing whatever you can to subdue this figure. In the midst of this fray, your escort, this mage, threw down a anti-magic shell which dispelled the illusion on your target and themselves, revealing themselves to be a dark elf mage of some esteem, and your target being an individual known as Astrid Beck, a member of the Cerberus Assembly and the Archmage of civil influence. Here, in this tense moment, as you hold the Archmage back and this dark elf, who named himself Essek Thalis, an enemy of Ludinus Deleth, you are in the right place to commence an interrogation and discover where you are to tread next. Here, as Astrid is held somewhat tense and kind of realizing in the moment at your disposal, Essek looks amongst the people in the room around him. Well, friends, what do we need to know beyond where he may be doing his dealings? Astrid, do you know where Ludinus is? Do you know what he's up to? Do you know how we can find him? As she kind of sits there, held at bay by a number of you. She kind of grits her teeth for a bit. I know Ludinus and his cohorts have been working on something in private, reallocating resources and dealing directly with foreign factions in secret. Now, I kept my nose mostly clean of the entire affair. Would never have expected his plotting to be so universally disastrous. Knowing the world's sight now falls squarely upon the assembly. Following the solstice, that is why I went into hiding. I am not in league with him. I am not part of his plan. I just do not wish to be imprisoned for something I was not a part of. So, she looks up at Essek. It seems I now join you in living as a fugitive. Am I not? He just kind of clenches his jaw for a moment. I will ask you again. What do you know of Ludinus's plot? And where his dealings are within the ruins? She eyes across all of you. I was not part of his plan, so I do not know specifically. But I know his research is burrowed deep within Isocross. Imperial control of the site has been nearly absolute as of late, causing tensions with the dynasty, and those relations go sour once again. But it seems little care was given when compared to the scope of his plot. My place within the assembly allowed me a little clearance to inquire to his work. But I do know that he had spent the better part of the last 5 years within and around the Genesis ward and beyond. I managed to get a name once from an associate who took a shine to me within his project's outskirts. He mentioned something called the Occultist Thalamus.
Thalamus?
Thalamus?
While I am uncertain what that means directly, this individual seems spooked he had even let it slip.
And that's a location?
Or something in the Genesis word.
In the Genesis.
So, if you're going to look for him, or those who work with him, that might be the place to start.
I don't want to pry. First of all, Essek, may I say, great look. Are you of the Death Dynasty?
Not anymore. I am myself.
She said you were a fugitive. That's so exciting.
He shoots a stare at Astrid, and Astrid just kind of smiles back with a shading grin.
What did you do?
Yeah, Keyleth mentioned there might be some unsavory types that she was converting. I just didn't know we'd be in league with one so soon.
I love it.
Technically, we're unsavory types, but I feel like maybe that's pushing it a bit. Imogen, you want to prod anything?
Well, it seems like he's gonna just tell us, right? You're just gonna tell us.
Well, both of them.
We're not judgy. Look at us.
Not judgy.
I am not the target of this interrogation.
No. This is just us getting comfortable. Just sharing, yeah.
Is this beautiful purple man someone you met on your adventures while I was away?
No, never met this beautiful creature.
You don't know him either?
No. You're floating.
Wait, is he?
Aren't
though?
you?
He
There's
looks
a-
down and he's about an inch and a half off the ground.
Even with the anti-magic field still going on.
Actually, no. With that field, he would be.
You just
he would
have
be
like
on the
this
ground.
vibe about you. Where that's amazing.
No, the anti-magic field, he would be on the ground.
When he's not floating, he's super short.
Yeah,
I don't think I can pry into their minds without magic available.
That's fair.
Can you help me understand some basics? I was under the impression that the assembly had withdrawn to the north. Is there still a presence here? Or, and this is addressed to Essek.
Yeah, to Essek.
Yeah.
Essek. To be entirely honest, I've been not the focus of following their threats. That was my partner's particular interest. There had been some divisions internally that had been rumored about. Some of the old guard, if you will, seemingly swayed some of the newer blood. Though perhaps this one here has had enough of the wizard's tumultuous past to want to buy into it. Let me see, Asher just kind of shakes her head a little bit. As far as what I've heard, all of the assembly after the solstice vanished.
Wow.
It is believed that some work and operate within the vanguard. Others, I'm sure, are either helping in secret, trying to avoid persecution like this one by association.
Are they all as powerful as Ludinus?
You see Astrid go, in our own ways, maybe. As he goes, no. Not like him. He is a particularly focused individual. It's interesting, in politics, it's the ones that are holding quiet power that I worry about the most. The hardest to read. I believe many of us who have had our eye on Ludinus for a while are feeling quite frustrated that we didn't pay him as much mind as we had thought we should.
But it must be a little validating, though, right? You were right.
It is very validating. I just wish it was. Just wish it felt better.
Sorry, I know this is Astrid. I know this is we're focusing on this interrogation, but just Essek, you're of the dynasty, but not anymore. You're just on your own. When I was in the Empire, they were at war all the time. You guys have a history, it seems, but you're not actively enemies?
This is to Essek?
Yes.
Yeah. There was a piece called a little over 7 years ago. And while there has been no active warfare, and there have been some steps towards better relations, it didn't seem to stop the machinations in the background. The war just went quieter and more in the shadows, if you will. And a lot of that focus was up north, where we're going.
Is there any chance that Dynasty is going to show up north?
He looks over to Astrid, and Astrid goes, I don't know. It's not my specialty. I've just been helping work with the people in the Empire. Civil influence and all.
What is your speciality?
My specialty is helping the king and his court present and sculpt the opinion of its citizens.
Marketing. Okay. So, I guess, I don't know, coming from my background, my immediate question is, what did you think you were going to get out of him? Not even necessarily personally, but like, I don't know, what the fuck was he offering? What the fuck did you even think he was offering before everything went to shit with lewdness?
Well, lewdness didn't offer me anything. I've been in my position for a number of years. He's just one of the 8 of us, though the one with the most history.
Lewdness didn't ask for your help?
No, I think he knew better. You have to understand, when all of this happened, I think those who are aligned with him had been aligned for a while. The rest of us were left in a lurch with all eyes looking upon us. That is why I flew the coop, as they say.
How long were you in the club?
In the club, in the assembly.
At the top.
Better part of about 7-ish years now.
Spent a decent amount of time with lewdness.
Strangely, no. People assume the assembly is a very tight-knit group. The truth is, we all exist, smiling and dealing with handshakes. But everyone's working against each other.
So no insight on what makes him tick, or any soft underbelly.
I think that's what scares me the most about him. He's always been gentle and present and amiable, diplomatic. I think that's why the court has trusted him as long as they have. But I think that's why those of us who have dealt with the worst Exandria has to offer can sense what's false about that mask.
Who was closest to him within the assembly?
Well, it was my former master, but he was put in prison.
He's still in prison?
I certainly hope so, for all of our sakes.
You took his spot at the table?
I did. Though it seems that 7 years is not enough to gain the respect of those around you.
Is he gonna come looking for you?
Not unless you say anything, I hope.
Yeah, you said you were worried about being arrested. Who would arrest you?
Well, the rest of the Empire is not happy that the most powerful mages have absconded and essentially set the rest of Exandria on this path.
You're hiding in a bookshop.
What of it?
You wanna come to Islecross with us?
Absolutely not.
Why not? It would be so fun.
Yeah, it's probably like very tropical. There's like sun. You could use it.
She looks a bit Isaac. These are the sort of companions you keep these days. Yes, it goes. Not companions. I am to escort them as a favor. That is all. So, we are travel companions.
So companions.
Just because someone's funny doesn't mean they're not very dangerous.
Oh, I see there's capability within all of you. And you wouldn't be sent on this mission that you are on if, well, the voice of the Tempest didn't feel confident in your abilities.
Oh.
You see Astrid kind of like given a...
She knows.
So they work at the behest of the voice. Interesting. Is there anything else you wish to say for yourself, Astrid, before we leave you to your, upgrade in life? She just kind of clenches her teeth a bit. Her fingers kind of flex, and you can see she's like feeling kind of gently for any sort of flicker of magic returning, while just keeping focused around you. I am not your enemy. I am not with him. I would not be here, and I would not be so quick to bend the knee in these circumstances. It's only because of an old friend. But if all this goes by, and you succeed, I just want you to share how helpful I was. I did not stand in your way.
Is there any other help you can give us? Any kind of hint that will help us in our fight against lewdness?
Because there's a storm coming and it's going to rain on you just as much as us.
Oh, I'm aware.
We're also visual learners, so you know, like flip books, puppet shows, anything that can help really just drive it home.
We're big fans of puppets here.
She kind of looks through her mind for a second and looks up at Essek. Make a group persuasion check for me.
Fuck yes! First roll. Whoever rolls the lowest has to leave. Alright, I'll see you. 18.
You die. 18.
18.
18?
Fuck yes.
13, 12, 25.
Dirty 20. Nice. 34.
What? Shit!
All right.
13.
2, but I'm tempted to just threaten physically.
Okay.
My threat's high, man.
This is like a roller coaster ride.
For all the goofiness that you sometimes present. At this question from Imogen, there is a communal lean on those words. And you can see Astrid is rapidly taking an assessment of who you look like, but who you might truly be and what you might be capable of. And you see the sly grin creep across her face, the scar on her cheek kind of wrinkling a bit as her eyes narrow. As a member of the Assembly, it is important to try and look for any sort of weaknesses in the other members in case any of them go a bit sour or come for you. Some of them are easier to read than others. Lewdness has always been extremely challenging to read. But there was one little quirk I've been noticing. Not always, but every now and then, he would have an itch. A recurring little itch. Right around the back of his neck. Now, I have my theories. Perhaps it was an illness. Perhaps some sort of challenged echo of his experimentations. I do not know.
Maybe like a heat rash. Because it's a common place to get it.
Seafood allergy.
Yeah,
that's true.
But there was one time when he saw that I noticed him. And he shot me such a glare.
The least important part of what she just...
So, perhaps he's just embarrassed. But this is the first time I ever saw him, for just a brief moment, look like he showed his cards.
What do you... What do you think it is, if you could sort of give a guess?
Well, I eat trash.
Real quick, since it feels like we're wrapping up. What happened here in Zadash?
Oh yeah, the buildings.
Everything's quite a mess.
I've namely been staying in here since all of this, solstice business transpired. It was safer for me to not wander. And to her credit, Ive has been very kind to quickly hire help. So this time you can see, like, kind of stepping through a small knot in the door, you hear this. You see this little white fluffy cat kind of wander in and starts, like, rubbing against Dorian's leg. What I do know is that some terrible flaming bird of black and purple fire soared through the sky and briefly skirted the skylining streets of this town before it was either stopped or set off somewhere else.
What is it? What?
Oh shit. Oh shit. Essek, my man, with the hair.
You can just call me Essek, please.
Hella good hair. The Genesis Ward. Do you know where that is? I admit, I've been a lot of places. Isocross is not one of them.
I do, actually. I've been there before.
Oh.
Looks down to Astrid. We should discuss elsewhere. But it is good to know that at least some of my familiarity will come in handy. And indeed, if he is working beneath the Genesis Ward, there are a handful of unwalked paths that I could consider as possibilities. They've also been there for some time, so any signs of their research would be, well, trackable.
And then DM, is Astrid wearing any jewelry? Anything that jumps out?
Make a perception check.
I don't know why I rolled with advantage. That was a 20. 18.
18. I mean, you see she has like a clasp on her dark green cloak that she has on. She's wearing like simple leather armor that has like some really like detailed looking, almost like a, it's like a thin, it's not almost like chainmail, but the chains are smaller. That kind of sits underneath the segments. You see she has like 2 rings in the left hand and on like the 2 central fingers, and then she has like 1 ring on her pinky and her index in the other hand. That's all you see.
Nothing around her neck that we can see?
Nothing around her neck, no.
Yeah, just looking for a locket and sense of family. Well, you've been very helpful.
She's been kind of helpful.
Well, shit.
Damn.
But better than nothing. Very well.
Is there anything else? Is there anything else besides he's got a scratch on the back of his neck? An itch?
I wish I could tell you honestly. He's extremely careful about a lot of things and is dubiously challenging to read past what he wants you to see. So, I think that's part of what makes him so unsettling as a figure. I wish I could tell you more. But I've seen him walk his entire time with confidence. And that was the only moment For a split second, I saw a glint of fear in his eyes.
Well, I, for one, am very grateful for your assistance, and I'll reach into a little pouch and take out a small wooden circle and just hand it to her.
She looks over at the rest of you to be released.
A little carved into it in wood, it said, "Farts are funny."
She looks at it. I will treasure it always.
You better.
There may not be a lot left. If things go wrong, are we going to see you out there fighting? When things go wrong.
If they come to me, yes.
They'll eventually be coming to anyone, and you should think about that, because one way or another, if it goes wrong, that knee will bend itself. I'm good.
We've been on the moon. You got any questions for us? Never mind, it's cool. Enjoy the gift.
She looks at S like unbelieving, and he goes. She looks at the wooden coin.
Do we have a rock?
Sure.
Do we have a rock?
Kind of flicks it onto the ground.
A rock?
The white
Nah,
cat's
we don't need to prove it. We don't need to prove it to her.
The white cat's
your
like curled up
majesty,
behind her leg, and she goes, "Shh, Prudence, it's all right."
Prudence?
Cute.
Solar.
Wait, Prudence is the cat's name?
Mm-hmm.
She goes and like snaps her fingers. Nothing happens. Just looks at Essek. Do you mind? Are we comfortable? We feel like we have what we need, at least a direction to go.
You're the one that's the expert up there. Do you know where the Genesis ward is?
I do.
Well, then, yeah, we got what we need.
I'll tell you more on the way.
Thalamus.
He goes ahead and kind of like washes his hand through the air. You can feel almost like this, a stale scent to the very vibration around you pass. And Ashton immediately throws up an illusion and retakes the form of Irma that you saw her in. She sits back in the chair, picks up the book that was thrown to the ground, and has to like thumb through to find her place.
What's she reading?
What you reading?
Yeah.
So fast.
I know, you motherfuckers. She is reading. Actually, she's reading The Gale and the Raven.
It's the one that sounded appealing, too.
Yeah.
Beautiful story.
Well, we should get to this Icicle Cross. I'm sure it's a couple hours north of here.
Yes.
She looks up at you. It's actually a bit tight.
Do you have a favorite book?
Not yet. I hate it here, but there's no better way to pass the time, I suppose.
You don't have a favorite book? Wow. You must be fun at parties.
I'm quite fun at parties, actually.
Oh, sure.
And cut a rug on occasion.
Oh.
Sorry.
I believe
Not
it.
necessary.
Yeah.
Essex puts on his illusion once more and kind of steps out of the back chamber. You can see Iva standing there like, everything all right? I heard there was a commotion.
Oh, yeah, we were just fine.
We were just really
Just kinda
enthusiastic
rug in
about
there.
the porn.
Best of friends.
What's your favorite book here?
Oh my goodness. Let me start. First off, Irma, everything okay? Yeah, everything's all right. They just had a lot of questions and I tripped. Okay. A lot of strange things going on around here.
She's clumsy, I could tell.
My favorite book. I know it's hackneyed because it's been a bestseller for a number of years, but I only have one copy left. He pulls a book off this shelf that you see has this beautifully broad-looking, orcish, handsome man holding this human woman with her hair blowing. So you may see. Tusk Love. Do you know about this one?
I've heard, yes.
No.
Tell us.
This is a third edition, so there's actually an interview in the back from the author. It is hardbound, it's a little more expensive, but it is a collector's piece. So if you want one, we have one left on sale.
How much?
These are the friends of yours, Irma? No. Oh, well. That'll be 1 gold, 5 silver.
Done. 2 gold.
Pretty good.
What? Is there another book you can throw in for that extra bit?
Laura Bailey shining through.
Make a persuasion
You don't
check.
give a tip on a book, you know?
Do you
It's
have
just a
any
book.
erasers you can throw in? Maybe some paper clips?
Oh, it's a book. It's called Just the Tip, right here.
Bracelets?
Natural 20.
Dance.
She looks at you. You know, if you like Tusk Love, I can definitely give you Guard of My Heart. I have a bit of a used copy, but I think it'll go in well. I got a bunch of incense here I can throw in.
What about a picture book? Like a picture porn.
Do you know how to...
A picture porn?
Yeah.
Fern,
I've heard of these.
never seen porn.
She steps into the back room and
What about wieners?
comes
You have
back
any
with,
wieners?
with a plain brown, like leather-bound book. It's smaller than the other. It's only about like that large.
Yeah, because you got to keep the cover discreet.
She goes, this is actually was written a few hundred years ago by an ex-priest out of Vasselheim who had rediscovered himself through a tawdry journey. It's untitled, but and he kind of flickers it just for a moment in front of you and closes it, and it's just a number of extremely detailed, like slightly cartoony, just a plethora of positions.
I'll take it.
Like
How much?
some mundane, some magically enhanced,
Nice.
and the various schools of magic with their runic inscriptions and uses within there.
What art? What
That
art?
one's not
What
popular.
art?
Oh, prismatic spray.
How much for this?
I've noticed that.
Well, you seem to be a connoisseur. Make a persuasion check.
I am a connoisseur.
Grease.
Dude, where the fuck am I going? I'm too tired, dude.
20.
Where in the pores?
That'll make
I mean,
a 33.
that's just right.
You come alive, you know. It's just...
33.
It's gonna be funny when you roll a 1.
She goes,
very
yeah,
important.
Peak combat.
Remember you come back.
She looks at you. She looks at the book and goes, "This is a personal collector's copy. But I've had it for some time, and I'm gonna be honest. It's fun to look at, but I haven't had a lot of opportunities to put it to use.
Oh.
You seem to be on quite a walkabout."
She looks at all of us.
And I would be happy to put it into more useful hands. And she just puts it into your grasp.
Here's the thing.
Do we give vibes?
I think we do.
Yeah.
I think so.
Here's the thing. If you haven't been able to put it to good use yet, I think you need to keep it.
Oh, I know it front to back.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
You'll take more from this than I would.
Yeah. Oh, so sticky.
Some sides.
Thank you. I'm gonna give her a platinum.
What are you talking about? A platinum?
Platinum is, right?
Yeah.
That's 100 gold. No, 10 gold.
It's fine. I'm rich.
No.
Did we ever divide up all the money we were given?
No, we didn't. Chenny just keeps it all.
Put it all on him. Okay, just checking.
This is
That's why you
art.
jangle so much when you walk.
This is art. Thank you.
I will give you 10,000 gold for this.
Yeah.
You see the illusion-covered Essek, Seth, just beyond the doorway, like tapping his foot impatiently.
Sorry,
like,
Essex. This is important stuff. We need it to fight.
Yeah, you don't know when this is gonna come in handy. You just wait and see. It will.
Gotta stay warm in the north somehow.
We're bereaved. We need this.
Yes.
I have a kind of, before you leave, goes, you're all very well equipped, and call me crazy, but I get a feeling that you might be of the adventurous type.
Go on.
Right? So you travel a lot, maybe?
That's true.
Are you going at all to the Menagerie Coast?
We could.
Things go well, maybe
we can be persuaded. Why? What did you have?
If
in
you do,
mind?
I have a friend there I haven't talked to in a while. If you could just tell him I say hi, that'd be great.
Oh, sure. Who's your friend?
His name's Yusa Arenis. pen pal. It's been a bit. Hasn't really responded to my letters recently, and I would very much just like to keep, to keep in contact and catch up.
When was the last letter sent?
A couple months ago.
Well, that's it. Okay.
You said Lorena's.
Did you allude to anything in their last letter that would...
No, they're just very busy. They're a very busy person.
Yeah, sure, we'll remember.
They're not one of those prison pen pals, are they?
No.
Oh.
I hope not.
All right.
I don't think
Where
so.
should we go calling for them? Are they like a government employee? Or they work on the
No,
water?
independent researcher. Tower, Tide Peak, Nicodronis, if you're in the way.
Tower, Tide Peak.
Only if you're going that way. Anyway,
Sure.
thank you so much for your patronage. She's still clutching the platinum in her hand. And I hope your books come in handy.
Thank you much.
I think they'll come in very handy. Thank you very much.
She goes and takes the coin, and as you leave, you notice as you're all exiting, she goes and pulls out a secondary copy of the leather book and puts it in position.
Respect.
Knew it all.
Hustle.
All right, you step out, and as it kind of stands there looking at the rest of you, you said you also need supplies, perhaps?
We have a few things we need to take care of in town, if that's okay.
Certainly. What is it you're looking to take care of?
Well, I'm going to recommend a little bit of group therapy before we go. And also going to recommend that we supply up. What kind of climate are we going to? What's available, towns, cities?
No towns, no cities. It is absolutely freezing. I recommend bringing cloaks, getting heavy furred boots, anything to wear over yourselves to keep yourselves extremely warm, because it will be very cold.
All right.
So we're going to need some coats, and I'm going to give you all a pitch in a minute. Where do we want to meet? In a few hours, somewhere around here.
It'll be fine. It's fine.
You seem kind of think for a second. Actually, a bit peckish. There's a place called the Pentamarket.
Thank you.
It's hard to miss the smell of cooking meats. I'm lucky to be there. Getting a snack.
Who would come up with a name like that? Okay. Pinta Market.
And that's where we can go to get like potions and stuff.
There is a place I can take you that might have some supplies like
Great.
that, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we need like health potions. Do we need gear? Like,
Health potions, gear, and some, honestly, I just keep figuring out that it's the weird shit that we bring that somehow always comes in handy.
Yeah.
So, whatever strikes our fancy.
Freezing, then yeah, I need to get some.
did we ever find any like magic? This is out of character. Did we find any magic cloaks or anything? Did we find any like
We have fancy
things to raise our
clothing.
AC?
You mean to suck into the funnel?
Yeah, like
We've got some stuff for the funnel, I think.
stuff for the funnel, or just like
in the hole.
like clothing items. Did we never picked up anything like that from
Not really.
anybody? All right, then we probably maybe we can buy an
I've got a
enchanted
belt
object, or are there like there's
What?
enchanted armor and stuff that like
Close, but they were like
There is, yeah.
sorcerers can wear. That
Finding
will
some
raise
magic
AC?
shops, something. like that.
Possibly.
We need to get
Okay.
That's a good
My
idea.
AC is pretty
They were
low.
like the one-use cloaks that we got from Nanamori, right?
But those were
We
like
did
mossy.
Yeah, and those are enchanted for that
For one
particular
time, for
region.
one
Like the magic of the region around her was what kind
I
of.
think we're gonna need, guys. I think we're gonna need a little bit of a shopping episode. I'm really sorry. For the record, that was in character. Thank you.
You're having an episode?
I phased out, and there was this magical fourth wall for a second. I don't know.
Shopping.
It's right in front of me.
Oh God, I can see you all.
Isaac's about to turn. He's like, whenever you're ready to go shopping, as you put it, for these particular potions and other, find me in the market. And he goes and starts heading off.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, I had you pick up a bunch of shit before we left.
Yes.
I had an epiphany this morning when I woke up, and thank God we found you.
Yeah.
So, I'm fucked up right now. I'm kind of pretending that none of it happened, but it's been a weird 24 fucking hours, and going into a place like this, even if you think your head's in the game, your head is not in the game. I've learned that the hard way several times. So, we have a thing that we used to do, those of us who came out of the Greymore Academy, where we would take that part of yourself that you had just lost, that person who filled the thing in, And we would attempt to recreate that as best we could as kind of a emotional patch. And we did this with art. So, I'm gonna go make a new fucking jacket. It is time. It's time to start over. New jacket for FCG. I recommend, I know it sounds stupid, I recommend we all make some fucking clothes. And not even necessarily just make them. I think we need to have them made. I think we need to just put a little bit of ourselves into it. The best way to... It's the best way I've found to carry someone with you. I want a new piece of fucking clothing.
I'm with you.
And that previous jacket was everybody I cared about. So...
I do have to patch up my armor a bit.
Let's make some room.
This velvet tracksuit won't cut it.
Yeah, it's getting a little.
What?
Well, you can only explode it open so many times, Chet.
Yeah. It's getting a little thin. See through it.
A little loose.
So yeah, let's...
We're singing those jingle jangles,
Yeah,
Chet.
jingle jangles. Gets a
All
little
those
nibbly.
money sacks.
That's function, not fashion.
So yeah, let's take a second and figure out like who you feel like today, and figure out ways of who we want to be to each other, and let's wear it.
All right.
Okay.
And we have a bunch of stuff that we can kind of coordinate if we want to. Thank you again for doing the runaround. Got some. I've picked up some stuff while we were there. Some. I sent you with the whole thing. Some leather. So I gave you a list of bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And we can find a place around here to help put something together quick. But let's make sure we. Yeah. Let's make sure that we make it something important.
Okay. Should we look for a place that
We could do that.
tailors some clothes, or?
Yeah, like a shop or.
Yeah, I guess can we keep an eye out for anything that has magical artifacts or supplements, and also clothing stores.
Okay.
as
I want to
well.
try to get my ACF. I don't know.
It's a fucking shopping episode, dude.
Also has a
Jesus.
therapist working.
Yeah.
The license therapist.
All right, so we are roaming Zadash looking for a shop with some arcane shiz and armory clothing.
Arcane juice.
No worries.
Might as well
So
head
excited for all the.
to the Pinch Market.
I think in theory I'm able to like traverse urban environments and find weird shit. I think that's something in my character.
Why can't I see the comments? Where the fuck
So
are
within the region you are right now, which is the more affluent area, most of the places that serve anything arcane related are more like small, like tiny enchanted knickknacks and toys for children, or little goblets that enhance the alcohol content of the liquid that's poured within for a singular drink.
What?
I
want that.
I mean, in real life, yeah.
Not now, precious.
I know.
It's a margarita glass, but it has a lid.
Is there like any lodging nearby that we can see or clock? Like
You do see within this area there is a place called the Pillow Trove. There's this incredible looking inn, massive multi-story structure with beautiful balconies, and the whole aesthetic here is very, very high end, on par with some of the nicest places you've stayed when wandering Exandria.
It's called
You also see a place referred to as the sign says the Emerald Curtain. That what you can see is a two-story custom tailor slash let's say like a tannery that deals in like fine leathers for travel, but things that are presentationally beautiful. So those are two things that catch your eye in this region. In a little bit of asking around for anything like magical related, most people said the Penta Market would be your best bet, which is outside of this district.
So we can leave things here, and
that's right.
What was the name of the first place? The Poofy Pillow?
Pillow Trove.
The poopy pillow.
The Pillow Trove. Okay, not at all.
Are we staying here overnight?
That's a different place.
Or are we? I didn't get that information from Essek.
I want to
No, it's
look
just
at like a place for us to convene and like a suite that we can get together and get our shit.
Do they?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like a base of operations just while we
Pillow
get
Trove
our
where the
shit.
bathhouse is?
Yeah.
I think it was.
Oh God, they have a
No,
spa.
there is a bathhouse elsewhere in this.
Okay, there was a spa. I remember.
Have you been here before?
I'm OCC, motherfucker. OCC. Actually, no.
Yeah, the steam's respite.
Thank you.
I'm not allowed in there.
Oh.
Where's the place?
So you have been here before.
Where was the place with the dead
No,
person
he's
in
just
the
not
basement?
allowed in there.
Probably half of Zadash. The dead person in the basement.
The one that we came and encountered with.
Spoilers.
Caleb.
Stop it.
Anyway, current campaign.
yeah.
Current campaign. What are we doing? What we got?
I see all three at once at all times.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah.
Matt, question
Yes.
above the table. Does above the table, not below.
It'll be above shortly.
Look at it, it rises. Were we told? Did Bo and Caleb tell us about Bo being a part of the Cobalt Soul?
I feel like she did.
I can't recall. I believe in the time that you would converse him a little bit, you would know that probably would have been present at some point in the conversation, both for the purpose of them being there. So I think likely you would know that, yeah.
I think very early on.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't think Ladna would know to go looking for it, but if we happen to like pass the Cobalt Soul and I notice it, then I might pop in.
Okay. All right. Well, that's in another district. Is there anything you wish to do while you're here in the Tri-Spires? Where the
Well,
pillar
this is
trove
where
is?
the leatherworking was.
Emerald
right?
Yeah, where the Emerald Curtain is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's hit that.
Then
I
yeah,
can
let's hit that first.
Okay. All right.
We're gonna need to show them. We're gonna have to, show them FCG.
What we had, yeah.
Since you're the one who can.
So as you approach and enter the interior of the Emerald Curtain, the scent in here is that kind of odd fresh carpet smell, like freshly treated materials, like nice, thick, really well created weaves of silks and fine cottons being dyed, and that dye scent as well, that kind of fresh dye that has that almost like earthy meets chemical scent that kind of gently permeates throughout. There is a brazier out front that is burning, kind of like a gentle incense to try and keep all that situated. But you do see within here there are a number of employees. They're all kind of just waiting. There isn't a lot of sales going on amongst recent events. And as soon as you enter, they all kind of stand to attention. And one individual with a little more presence steps up to you. You see what looks to be an older human man. He's got a bit of a hunch to his back shoulders. He has this wide like donut of curly salt and pepper hair that kind of fits around his kind of slightly sunburned skin, and he wears a nice kind of green vest to match the emerald aesthetic with like a billowing shirt beneath it. Very, very, well dressed. And as he steps up,
hello and welcome to the Emerald Curtain. You are looking to purchase something, yes?
Yes, we would like to look at your stuff and also maybe order some custom goods.
No, maybe to there. We're looking for some new clothes. We recently went through a little bit of a thing where clearly we're musicians. We have a friend who just went, sadly shuffled off, no longer be with us.
Well, I'm terribly sorry to hear that.
I'd appreciate that. We want to do something to sort of honor our friend.
Memorialize it.
Memorialize. Ladna, do you mind, can you give them a little bit of a visual representation?
Oh, yes. I take out sashimi and almost use sashimi like a mannequin, like a body form. And then around sashimi, I make an illusion of FCG. Kind of make them roll on their wheel back and forth.
Quite a trick.
Make FCG wave.
Oh, how quaint. What is the purpose of this?
Honestly, just so that when we see each other, we can have a moment to acknowledge our friend. And we're going to also be traveling to some interesting environments going north. We're not used to the cold. We're also going to need matching cloaks. Do we want to do matching cloaks?
I think
Matching cloaks?
heavy
cloaks.
Heavy
winter
cloaks.
cloaks would be good, and maybe if you could just keep their colors in mind.
Yeah, we've got some stuff I pulled out before. We've got some stuff to work on if you need some things to kind of tie everything a little bit together. I have a giant pile of materials, and feel free to embellish. And if anyone wants to talk to them about what you want, and then
Now, custom work does take a bit of time. Thankfully, we don't have a backlog in the moment, and most of our staff is available. It is easier to retool existing materials than to create from scratch. So, if you might find an item throughout the store that fits your needs with a slight alteration, that would be much more prevalent if you're looking to head on a journey sometime soon.
Big fan. Yeah.
Okay. I actually would just like to purchase. Do you have yellow thread?
Oh, yes, quite a bit of yellow thread.
Okay, I'm just gonna purchase some yellow thread.
All right.
Also, do you have jeweler's tools by any chance for a purchaser loan?
We do not personally have jeweler's tools, but we have tools for, I guess it's comparable.
That'll do.
We deal with filigree on accentuating details.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm looking for. May I?
For?
Myself. To rent? Day pass?
How much money are you looking to spend today?
Whatever's necessary, I think, is really the conversation.
That's a good answer. Here, yes, that is doable. And we'll adjust our agreement of this order. So, what else do you need?
My armor has seen better days, so I'm looking to get it just sort of patched, and also we have some material that we brought with us. I'm hoping to incorporate it. It was especially this.
Keith?
You see this? this young kind of 20-something-year-old apprentice kind of rushes up, this big mop of like red hair that almost completely covers his face. You just see kind of his nose poking through. He was like, "Yeah, what's up, Toombs?" It's like,
Keith? This gentleman here needs his armor repaired and his material incorporated into it. Do you feel confident since your training?
"Yeah, no, I can get it."
Great. Do you have a changing room? I don't want to just pull it off right here. Anyway.
Points, and you can see there is like a curtain rod that wraps around a small platform.
We were such high maintenance clients right out of the gate. Like painful.
I mean, I couldn't start stripping. But the most important part of it is this, and I pull out one of the shoulder joints that was part of Letter's shoulder, and it has three blades of grass on it. I'm looking to have this, have my leather shoulder guard here removed and have this sort of worked in. Is that something that's in your capabilities?
Yeah, no, I could do that. Real easy.
Cool, thanks, Keith.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay, here's this. I put that in his hands.
Oh, it's unique metal. Huh.
Right.
Don't work with metal often. This will be fun.
I'll be right back. And I start stripping down, and I change into my last outfit.
Okay.
For the time being.
Ditto. I'm gonna go through really quick. Let's do a quick roll about, see what we want to pull. And I know a little bit about, we've talked about what you've been through.
Yeah.
I recommend going that direction.
I have some things. Can I see the sack?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm holding.
And I'm gonna reach in and just pull out that handful of discombobulated shit and kind of just like, I want to like scan the workers for like the most artsy fartsy looking one. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like,
oh yeah.
Yeah.
He has lavender hair.
Yeah, but you beat me to it. Who's got purple hair?
I'm right here. Right here.
For everyone that's attentive, there's one that seems to be less interested in your arrival. You see a slender half giant sitting in the back by the edge. He has like his legs crossed. He has this. It looks almost like a thin crown, but it's actually like a silvered laurel that he kind of wears around the back of his head over his ears. He has a series of beautiful, like, tattoos that match his skin markings, but they're almost more swirly and they look elvish, which you've not seen on a half giant before. And as he sits, he's currently in the process of what looks like carving through a piece of wood.
I'm gonna totter over to her. I'm just gonna comfortably go over. Excuse me. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, beautiful voice.
Thank you. Can I help you?
Yes. I have some things and some ideas. I'm more of an idea kind of person. I just dump this collection of shit, metal, leather, all the things that I'd collected from Keyleth and like ran around and scampered with. It's an idea, but I think maybe I could hire you for your help putting something together. All the pieces are here, I just don't know how to.
Damid.
Damid?
Damid.
Dorian. A pleasure.
Pleasure, Dorian. This is quite a spread. Oh,
You see, like, picks up one piece and takes another, so it's layering them over.
There is some patterns here that could be quite unique.
I actually, I made a drawing. And I'm gonna pull out a crumpled piece of parchment, and it just looks like a 5-year-old's. Yeah. It's not great.
Takes it, looks at it.
You get the idea.
Turns it around.
Well, that's me.
Yeah, I can see that.
You know, the hair, the tips.
Quite a skilled amateur.
Well,
choosing the word a bit longer than he needs to.
Yes, if you're looking for creative freedom to be granted, I am known for my inspiration.
Trust an artist, that's for sure. And it'll be okay if I watched. And I'm gonna like creep around his back shoulder and like backseat drive, like look over his shoulder while he starts to tinker.
An audience. Spin a bit.
Oh
my.
And he goes to work.
I bet he does.
Leather's not really my thing, although I did find this little off-the-rack bodice, which is, I feel like it's this little black bodice. New corset.
Yeah.
I'll take that, and then do you, in the cloaks, and then do you have any, like, dyes? Purple dye.
Oh, yes, quite. We do have quite some, all forms of dyes, all colorations of dyes, mixing and matching. We can do whatever you like for the right price.
Great. You don't just sell bottles. I can get a bottle of dye.
Oh, you just want the dye itself?
Yeah, it's just the dye. Kind of a crafter myself.
Oh, all right. I'll put that on the ledger.
In this, like, this black fabric. That's good. I'm good here. I need to go. They said they're not good with metal. I'll go somewhere else for that.
I'm gonna, I have kept, FCG's jacket, but, I kind of want to work on it myself.
That's good.
I don't really want to change it. I want to keep all the bits of his smell and some of the charred bits to just remember what he did.
Do you want them to pull it in, or do you want to do it all yourself?
I can do it. I'm
very crafty.
Yeah, I can do it.
Yellow threading.
She's very capable.
Yeah, I'm very capable.
Let's
I might
have a
ask you for some
craft
help.
night.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just gonna mosey around the store and look for, something that's a little more battle ready than my hot pants that I'm wearing right now. Just based on what I think we're going into.
You don't want to go to the Arctic dressed like the Pink Ladies?
I froze my cooch off the last time we were in cold weather. I don't want to do it again.
All right, what in particular are you looking for?
Some pants, but I want some pants, but I want to get like dark blue ones like FCG's jacket. And maybe some, like, do they sell shoes here? Do they sell?
They have shoes and boots.
I want to get some boots. I want to get some pants. I'm looking at Lana's corset, and I want to get like a black corset as well.
Okay.
Let's,
Yes, I love it. A little matchy.
All right. I'll take both of these pairs of pants. If you can do a little dye on that before I get back, that'd be great. I'm gonna take those 2 leather belts. If you can do, I just need some grommeting on this because I don't have time for that fucking shit.
No, yes.
And also, if you have any of those, I'll just take a bag of those. I'm just like,
all right now.
Yep.
Just
And
put
I'm
it
gonna-
on the pile. He's all running down with each like ledger. You see in his eyes like the ching ching ching.
And then the cloaks. Everybody gets a cloak.
Yeah,
Right.
for the cold
Everybody
weather.
gets
Also,
one
I'm
cloak.
thinking I might want to change up my dress a little bit to work with these new items that I got. So I'm just gonna like go in a change room and switch it out, and so they can work on the dress and maybe change
Easy
up
enough.
some of them.
Hey,
Like all the associates are like running up and helping you gather things, give opinions. You are currently the only clients in here, and they are quickly noticing that you have quite the ask and will probably take care of the rest of the week or more. So
Great. What are you doing with your old belt?
as far as funding goes.
Funding.
Nothing. Why?
Can I have your old belt?
Yep. Just toss.
Thank you.
I may have to trade though.
All right.
All right.
For what?
Do you want me to tell you? Do you want to find out later, or should I just steal it?
Oh, all right. Maybe you can just steal it. We'll see.
There.
Go ahead and try.
Flying over there. So leather's your jam, right? Do you have like leather coveralls,
no.
maybe fur lined for really cold environments?
No way.
Please.
I do. It's usually my what I work in during the
Black
the colder
leather
months.
coveralls, if you have them. If it's a child size, that's okay as well.
He looks over to Toombs. Toombs goes, I mean, we can always make you more coveralls. It's a number of months till winter anyway. And he's like, okay, I'll get you mine.
You got like fabric swatches? Like blue, specifically blue.
Well, it's
Like a
it's
square,
leather.
like a pocket square.
I dyed the leather.
Just a pocket swatch, I said.
I think we need to go elsewhere for fabrics chat.
I need a blue square fabric.
And I also brought a bunch of fabrics.
So you want leather coveralls with a square of blue fabric?
Yep. And then also,
Okay.
do you have leather briefs?
They all kind of look at each other. I can make some.
Size me up and do your best.
You got it, little man. And he comes over and says that
Got a big
he's a
dog?
tall, lanky, 20-something who has you gather like he looks doofy and acts a little doofy, but he has an artisan's like speed to him, sizing you up and taking measurements and working around. And as he starts pulling back leather thicknesses, you can see he's like setting out large hides that either have been dyed or not, putting out things that are already dark, or he can dye black. Various thicknesses. There's like deer skin and multiple other types that can like are much more flexible or light or thicker for materials, and kind of asks you what works best for the warmth of where you're going. Very extensive array, and eventually find something that feels right for you. Indeed, is able to get to work on a pair of black furred.
Black leather fur lined coveralls. I'll hike them up just below the knees. I'll probably put some chainmail on the arms. Oh, and I like what Orm did, and I'll reach in and also take another shoulder piece from FCG. Throw this on the shoulder as well. Right shoulder.
All right, starts working that into it. Okay.
Anyone else? We're just spending dollar bills, y'all.
I know.
I dropped a few things.
We're getting a big
We have
pile of
enough
fur.
left for. Yes.
I feel good about this.
Oh, this is probably manageable.
Toombs finishes up as all the work is happening, goes and does all of his
I
work,
expect this
ends up like pulls out any abacus
10
and
gold,
starts like
12
adding
gold
things up.
is real bad.
All right, so as a totality of your requested accoutrement, we're looking at about 235 gold pieces. Only the finest quality. That includes your travel cloaks as well.
You're the one who's got the
I'm just Imogen here. Just little
Oh,
old Imogen.
just Imogen?
Just
No
Imogen.
need to try and get anything else in?
I'm just Imogen.
Darling.
I don't know what things cost. I don't normally get fancy clothes.
Happy to pay it. Would some extra coin help with the rush at all?
This was with the rush included.
Outstanding. 235 it is.
I mean, extra coin means we might be able to call in some favors from others
We need it by the morn.
by the morning.
250. Here you go. Poker chip shuffle.
Yes, yes. By the morning, we shall work through the twilight. Thank you for coming. The Emerald Curtain appreciates your
He's gonna close out and fucking run.
I'm gonna take the yellow thread and the needle with me.
Yeah, and I'll take the,
We're moving to Tal'Dori. Pack it up now. Go, go, go.
take the dyes and the fabrics. So they didn't do good in metal. We still need to maybe find an armory and a magic shop. Jeweler.
There are jewelers and there are metal workers around here. You can easily enough find materials that can match what you're looking for.
Okay.
So you don't have to individually roleplay every small purchase of tiny little details.
We don't have to. But like,
But,
we
I
could.
mean, I'll follow your lead on this.
The magic shop's a quick bar crawl.
I'm gonna need 3 more Davids.
We'll go to a magic shop. We'll go
Yeah,
to a
I wanna
magic
go to a
shop.
magic
But for expediency, can we say pick up some like gold chains and some like gold boning, like metal rods?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we'll have a craft tonight.
We'll go- Yes.
And a bolt of fabric.
Yeah, we'll go through some stuff. Everyone gets to
Yes.
share that gets me.
New blouse.
Yeah, one of the tailors present does have a specialization in like bodices. So like they have multiple types of boning. Indeed, they do have some to a color preference you'd like. So.
Okay.
All right. What else are you looking for now?
I think now it's to a magic shop unless I. Well,
Penta Market?
Gotta get some Celebones.
Potions.
Okay.
More Celebones.
I was just thinking about those.
Yeah, Celebones are so cool.
You meander outside of the Tri-Spires. Ask if around here and there about what the best place to find, magical, enchanted artifacts, relics, things that could be helpful. Everyone sends you to the Penta Market. There, you immediately are met with the smell of numerous snacks and foods. There are street carts, many of them still closed, but a handful that are still open and trying to call in the populace. You can see there's a kind of air of attempting to recapture the bustle of a thriving city coming out the other side of a recent bit of struggle and fear. As you begin to step in, you can see one cart, a gentleman with a big mustache that kind of curls at the side of his face. This big brush is like, come in, come here. For all you want pork on sticks, you want beef on sticks, I got you covered. Come on, all home cooked, it's delicious. And it's like trying to like give you guys food as the way through, as you kind of, whether you want to purchase or not, you continue past, and you can see other figures are barking and
I'm definitely taking a pork on a stick and just giving him a
easy enough to do.
Okay.
There are noodle bowls. There are
Ooh, noodles. I want noodles.
steamed vegetables.
Yeah, I want
on-
steamed vegetables.
Yeah, you just start like piling up snacks. This
Dragon Ball Z eating.
Yeah.
I mean, knowing where you're going, there is something to taking in the comforts while you can, and so you enjoy a number of these snacks. And
are there pies?
Oh, there are pies.
I bought 2 pies.
Yeah.
I love pies too.
They're a little stale.
Arms of pies.
But they're not bad. Eventually coming to the exterior of the building that a few of the purveyors here send you towards. It is a 2-floor, kind of dark green painted wooden structure with like a lattice window on both front, and a sign across the front in gold lettering that reads, "The Invulnerable Vagrant."
Oh my.
Did you forget?
Dude,
I totally forgot. That's where we were going.
That was the roll up.
I forgot.
Oh man, I've been waiting for this.
Oh my god.
As you step within the door, which is closed, but it's not locked, you open it up and a little bell kind of rings ding, 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 as you enter. Within the corridor, you can see there are tables and cabinets with display cases, many of them empty at the moment. And you can see the light coming through with a few torches. And a figure steps from one of like the side halls or pockets at the sound of the bell and looks in. You see a tall, fearbog man with kind of like a grayish furred, like gray-blue furred face. What looks to be wearing like a leather apron over a, this would be like a teal blue work tunic, like kind of gold bracelets around his wrists, a curly mop of like kind of brown hair with a bit of like gray kind of pressured through it. Big smile on his face with kind of a ruddy bovine-like nose and the ears that kind of fold out to the side a bit. Looks past.
Oh, hey, yes, it's been a bit. Welcome. What can we do you for?
Yeah, we're heading out on maybe something that could be a bit dangerous, and are looking for
Adventurers? Well, it's been a minute. Yeah. We're
Oh my god.
kinda have a lot of things out on loan because of the recent chaos, but we do have.
What is the chaos? I keep hearing like oblique references. What happened here in town?
Oh boy, yeah. You aren't from around here, are you?
No, sir.
Okay, yeah. We had a big. Do you know the area well